do they do the same type of work, or what kind of work do those offices do as well?
Most generally, they do the same type of work. There are a few labs that specialize in other things. But as far as the offices in the investigations portion, it's relatively the same, yes.
Let's talk a little bit about your background or your employment history taking you up to your current employment. So when did you start out in law enforcement?
I was basically commissioned as a peace officer in 1990 by the Lawrence County Sheriff's Office. I did complete the specified training academy for the state of Ohio to become a certified peace officer. After I completed that, I temporarily worked part-time for about 4 months, and then I was approached regarding a position as a road officer. I began as a road officer for the Lawrence County Sheriff's Office, and I progressed and was promoted to sergeant. From there, I was promoted to Investigation Division. And in 2005, I applied at the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, actually 2004, and was hired in 2005.
Let me stop you. Let me jump in real quick on you.
Yes.
Let's back up. Let's talk about when you were at Lawrence County and you worked on the road. What were your duties on the road?
My duties as a road unit were to handle all manner of calls, burglaries, thefts, and it would entail question deaths, homicides, things of that nature.
Typical sheriff deputy, is that what you were?
Yes.
And then at some point did you move into their investigation section?
After being promoted to sergeant and working as a sergeant, then I was moved into the investigations unit.
Tell the jury, when you moved into the investigations unit there at the sheriff's office, what kind of stuff did you do there? What were your responsibilities there?
At that particular time, we were very limited on investigators, and I was basically the primary investigator. I would handle all manner of violent crimes and unviolent crimes such as burglaries, thefts, child services cases, just about any kind of criminal activity would be assigned to me to investigate.
How long were you in the investigation section there at the sheriff's office?
Approximately 3 years.
And at some point after that, is that when you applied to BCI?
Yes, it was. Actually, I was approached by agents from BCI and spoke with them and determined that it was something that I would like to do and applied, and eventually I did come aboard.
Tell us about that application process. What did you have to do to get a job at BCI?
It was a very long application process. They would do interviews with, obviously, me at my home. They interviewed my family at home. Out of my presence, they interviewed my son. Out of my son and my wife's presence, they interviewed my neighbors. They interviewed my coworkers, actually teachers from my schools, judges. That was just their portion of the background. There was a polygraph had to be taken. I had to submit to a polygraph, taken that, passed that. Financial documents, they look at your finances. They also, you have to take a test, a competency test, and it was a long process, probably I'm thinking about a 9-month process. And from that point, I was declared a candidate and made an offer at that point.
Okay. So once you received that offer, you accepted that offer, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And then how did that work? What did you start doing for BCI? What was your initial job with them?
My initial job, I worked in the crime scene unit. When I first came aboard, I was assigned to a field training officer for about a 16-week period. After that, during that period, I would work sometimes myself on things that I was more familiar with. I would work with other agents. It's kind of a way to integrate you into the unit and see what you know and what you don't know. After the 16-week period, from there I was assigned to work southeast and southwest at that time, really all over the state, but predominantly those areas, and to work crime scenes.
Okay. And when you say to work crime scenes, what exactly does that, everybody's seen CSI, so what exactly does that mean in real life when you work for BCI?
There's a little more to it than that. You have to be prepared as far as understanding the meanings of of specific laws regarding search warrants, when you can search, when you can't search. That would be the beginning. As far as the actual crime scene processing itself, there are multiple disciplines, and I always broke those down into different areas as opposed to lumping them together. I wanted to be proficient in every area, and so I would break that down, such as bloodstain or shooting incident reconstruction or footwear or developing latent prints, all of those things. And once you put those disciplines together, then you use those in the field, and that was my job.
How long did you work in that position, or how long were you in Southeast CSI?
Actually, it was right at 15 years. When I left, I was the longest running agent that we had as far as being in crime scene.
So when you left, where'd you go next?
I went to the Special Investigations Unit, and that's where I currently am.
Okay. And tell us, what's the difference? What do you do in Special Investigations? Well, I guess let me back you up. When did you come into Special Investigations? And then what's the difference between what you do now and what you did at crime scene?
I came into Special Investigations about 2.5, closer to 3 years ago. The difference in the crime scene investigator and a Special Investigations investigator, the crime scene would be predominantly in charge of the scene, the things that were processed within the scene, the evidence, evidence collection, processing, and things of that nature. My job now would be basically to be briefed by that crime scene agent as to what he or she had developed within the crime scene or collected, and to get their thoughts on the scene itself.
Okay. And do you do follow-up investigation, interviews, that kind of stuff in your current position?
Absolutely, yes. That's part of the Special Investigation Unit, to follow these things up and to continue. The crime scene agents, for the most part, when they're finished with that scene, they're not necessarily finished with the case. They can follow up with that case, but it's on behalf of the evidence and submissions and things of that nature.
And for the most part, once the crime scene investigator has done their work at the scene, do they basically brief up the investigators and then let them basically take over the investigation?
Yes, that's the main plan, is to debrief at the end. Everybody just kind of come together, discuss the scene itself, and find out what avenues will be explored from there.
And then from time to time, as the investigators are moving through the course of investigation, do they reach back out to you at crime scene and ask you to do some follow-up? Hey, look, we need this tested, or hey, look, can you go back and take another look? Does that happen from time to time?
Absolutely. As I said earlier, when the crime scene agent stops that portion of the investigation, he or she can be called again to follow up in certain areas. For instance, if additional information has been obtained and something else would need to be processed or collected in a specific manner, then that agent could be called.
Now, back in 2016, were you still in the crime scene investigation unit?
Yes, I was.
All right. And I imagine in order to do that job, there's a lot of training that you have to go through. Is that correct?
Yes, the training, you are never trained up enough. Our training is continuous.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, do they make you, in the crime scene unit, do they make you go through continuous annual training?
Absolutely, yes.
Let's talk about some of the training that you had to do your job as a crime scene investigator. Back in 2007, did you take a criminal investigative and analysis training course?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell us about that. What kind of stuff did you learn there, and what did they teach you?
I want to make sure that I have the right course. There were hundreds. Are you speaking of the similar to a crime scene reconstruction?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, we would have courses, and the agency, BCI itself, feels that it is very important to have continuing training, and not only from within our organization, but from outside of our organization. And so we would bring multiple instructors to BCI or to the OPATA, we call it, the training academy next door to BCI, this particular time, I believe that we had trainers come from without our agency and train us in the field of crime scene reconstruction, which would entail a lot of the things that we'll probably be getting into today.
In 2009, did you do a 40-hour class in basic bloodstain pattern analysis?
Yes, I did. Once again, we had an individual who I feel is one of the best in the world, in my opinion. Obviously, he was my instructor. We brought him to BCI, instructor by the name of Paul Keish. He came to BCI. He trained us in basic bloodstain analysis, and obviously, I would have more training later.
In 2009, did you also do a 24-hour course in shooting reconstruction?
Yes, I did.
Tell us about that. How was that training? What kind of stuff did you learn?
In that training, we would learn the basics of shooting incident reconstruction, which would entail marking bullet holes, trajectories, and things of that nature.
Did you learn, when you talk about trajectory, is that basically angles?
Yes,
Okay.
could be angles and elevations.
In that training, did you also learn how to track a bullet hole or bullet strike or ballistic event through a wall or through a structure?
Yes.
Okay. In 2011, did you do an advanced bloodstain pattern analysis course?
Yes, I did. Once again, my instructor would have been Paul Keish. He was brought in to London, and we trained for another 40 hours in getting in the advanced mode of the bloodstain analysis.
And in 2013, did you do a forensic shooting reconstruction course?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and again, tell us the kind of stuff that you learned there.
Once again, it was similar to what we had prior to that. My first course in that would have been with Mr. Hoos. We had a different instructor that had came in, Mr. Haig, and we had went over shooting incident reconstruction. It was both in classroom and out on the range. We had actually brought cars to our range and fired into those cars, and we were charged with finding out origins, basic origins of where the shot would have came from.
In 2020, did you take a course in fluid dynamics and bloodstain pattern analysis?
Yes, I did.
Okay, tell the jury, what'd you learn there? What's that?
Once again, I would learn things, again, on bloodstain analysis. More of the dynamics of the blood itself, the viscosity of the blood, or the thickness of it. We would say oil has different thicknesses for different purposes. Blood has a different thickness than water does, therefore it reacts different in different situations.
Have you received, in addition to, you talked specifically about some of the ballistics training that you've had and some of the blood training you have you had general crime scene training as well?
Yes.
And in 2000, did you do a course called Death Investigation?
Yes.
All right. 2001, did you actually go through an instructor training course?
Yes, I did.
And are you certified to be an instructor?
I was at that time under my employer for a certain period of time. We were told that we could not have secondary employment, so I was unable to do that, and my certificate lapsed. But I was certified to teach, I think it was 34 disciplines within the academy.
Okay, and as a matter of fact, for a while, did you actually do some teaching in those areas?
Yes, I did. I was an instructor at the Basic Police Academy in Lawrence County.
Have you also done some teaching for Collins Career Center?
Yes, I have.
And Buckeye Hills Career Center?
Yes.
And again, what did you teach in that area?
Basics of law enforcement and predominantly focusing on the crime scene portion of the investigation.
Are you currently up to date on all your mandatory annual training?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, several organizations such as the National Sheriff's Association, the Ohio, basically it's an investigators association in Ohio for forensics, several different members.
Okay. Have you had to come into court and testify about your examination of various crime scenes?
Yes, I have many times.
And from time to time, have you actually been called in to testify as an expert in areas?
I have been declared as an expert several times.
In what areas have you testified as an expert in the past?
I believe bloodstain analysis.
I want to take you now to 2016. Again, you were working BCI 2016, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could, tell the jury, back in 2016, when you were in crime scene, how would a local agency that needed help on a case, how would they contact BCI? How would they get you the crime scene unit to come out and give them help?
At that particular time, there were different ways that we would be called in from time to time, but predominantly somebody would make a call, reach out to somebody in our London office, and from there the request would be evaluated, and then the agents would be notified. There were times when I would be called by a particular agency that was close to me, but then I would back up and it would go through the procedure of going through supervision and then being assigned that.
And back in 2016, how was the crime scene investigation unit for BCI organized? Were you in different quadrants of the state, different areas? How did that work?
Yes, it changed so often then. There were times when we were just called crime scene southeast, and then sometimes southwest, northeast, northwest. There was a period of time when it was just split in half. There was a period of time when we were expected to go in different directions. I believe in 2016, we were just in different quadrants of the state.
Okay. And what quadrant would you have been assigned to in 2016?
Predominantly southeast.
And back on April 22nd, 2016, were you called out to assist the Pike County Sheriff's Office with a crime scene that they had?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And again, did Pike County fall within the southeast, or were you called in to help with a different quadrant?
I believe at that point that it fell into that area or that zone of southeast.
Do you remember how you were notified that Pike County needed assistance, and what did you do when you got that call?
Yes, I was contacted early that morning by my supervisor. At that time, it would have been Special Agent Supervisor Gary Wilgus over the crime scene unit.
Okay. And what did he tell you, and what did you do when you got that call?
He basically gave not very specific information, because at that time we didn't have a lot of specific information, but he did say that there were multiple scenes, that they were death scenes, and they were located in Pike County. And I was told at that point to proceed to Pike County, and there was a rally point that was going to be in Piketon. I believe originally it was at the police department, and so I traveled there.
Okay. Any idea what time you initially got that call?
I don't have the exact time. It was earlier that morning. It was shortly after my shift had began.
And what time did your shift typically begin?
Somewhere around 8 a.m.
Did you report to the Piketon Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And talk the jury through, when you get there, what's going on, what's the plan, how are you basically directed to your next move?
When I arrived, we were in the process of still gathering information. People were still in the process of coming actually to the rally point so that we could be briefed on what had occurred. Eventually, at that particular time, we knew that there were 3 scenes, and so those scenes were kind of divided up among the agents, and I was assigned to scene 1, and eventually we did have a briefing there prior to traveling to our designated areas.
Okay. And were the scenes identified, you said you were assigned to scene 1, were they identified in the order that they had been discovered? Do you know that?
I do not know that.
Okay. And do you know the address for scene 1, the scene that you were assigned to?
Yes, it's 4077 Union Hill Road.
Once you were assigned to that address, what were you instructed to do? What did you do?
When I actually arrived at that address, it was about 12:20 in the afternoon. I had another agent that was accompanying me there. It was Agent Price, and he and I were assigned to work this specific scene. I was assigned to be the primary agent responsible for the crime scene. When I arrived, the first thing I did was speak with the officers that were there. When I arrived, I noticed that a very large area had barricade tape around it, and I spoke to the officers I believe they were from the Pike County Sheriff's Office, regarding what had happened prior to my arrival.
Okay, let me ask you that. Is that standard course for when you show up on a scene, trying to get basic information with respect to what's happened before you got there? Is that something you do?
Absolutely,
on
yes.
every scene? And again, what the officers tell you, does that help guide you in understanding how you're going to do your work at that scene?
It can be a guidance, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, when you showed up that morning, what did they tell you at that point, or what were you told that they knew at that point?
One of my first questions when I arrived was, who has been inside this residence? And from there, I was advised that Deputy Ball and Deputy Music had been inside the residence. And my question was pertaining toward first responders or law enforcement. I knew, obviously, that somebody had went in and found and discovered what was inside the scene. But at that point, I was thinking of elimination standards, things that I was going to have to collect from the individuals that went inside for elimination purposes later. That was one of the first questions that I found helpful to me in getting the answer. The fact that 2 officers had went in, and the fact that the officers advised that when they went in the door, they stayed close to one of the walls, and they traveled down that wall to the location of where they had found the individuals, and then they traveled back in the same direction.
Okay. When you talk about elimination standards, what exactly does that mean?
If I were to fingerprint the front row of this board here, looking for a suspect's fingerprints, even though all of you may not be my suspects sitting in the front row, I would probably have to ask for your fingerprints as well, because when I find those fingerprints from an unknown, I'm going to have to determine whether they are still my suspect unknown or whether they were deposited by you. So those would be elimination standards that I have taken from you.
Same thing, would the same thing apply with shoes? Obviously, if a shoe print becomes an issue, you want to know what kind of shoes your first responder had on.
Absolutely, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibit A544.
Yes.
Do you recognize that area?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's the residence located at 4077 Union Hill Road.
And when you showed up to that scene that morning, what vehicle do you take out to that scene?
We had large crime scene vehicles. They are, at the time, they were Ford F-350s, crime scene vehicles. They were outfitted with the equipment that we would need to sustain us through the crime scene process.
When you show up on a scene like that, do you take note of the conditions, temperature, what the weather's like, anything like that?
Absolutely, yes.
And did you do that morning?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell the jury what were the conditions when you arrived there that day?
It was partly cloudy that day. Predominantly at that specific time, it was cloudy, and the temperature was about 72 degrees when I arrived.
If you could, again, first of all, does that exhibit in front of you, does that truly and accurately depict the way that area looked the day that you showed up?
I think it does, yes.
Okay. And if you could, give the jury a basic layout of what you were observing there when you first pulled up. Where did you pull your truck? Where did you go to rally with the local officers? And what were your basic observations when you very first pulled up?
May I stand, Your Honor?
I'm sorry.
May I stand?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
It's a little hard. This would ultimately be the residence. When I first arrived at the scene, obviously you can see here that there's a lot of buildings, there's a lot of vehicles, there's a lot of things, but our primary focus at that particular time would have been this area. I put my crime scene truck on the roadway out here. I did not go inside the tape at that point. When the other crime scene agent, which would have been Special Agent Price, arrived, I had him park his crime scene vehicle outside And I was very close to, this is a mailbox, and on the side it says 4077, and then it has the name Rhoden on it.
Thank you. After you initially met or made contact with the local officers, did you do a quick peek inside that trailer just to get your bearings and see what you had?
At some point I did that, yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibits A192, A193, A194, A55, A155, and A183. Now, let me ask you this. As part of your duties that day, did you do extensive photography and documentation of that scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Prior to coming to testify today, did you have the opportunity to review the pictures that you took on that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And those pictures, when you reviewed them, had they been marked State's Exhibits A1 through A485?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And the pictures that you reviewed, when you reviewed them, did you initial and put the date on them that you reviewed them?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And all of those pictures, State's Exhibits A1 through A485, did they truly and accurately depict the pictures that you took that day?
I believe that they did when I reviewed them, yes.
Okay. When you first stepped up to do a peek inside, and again, this wasn't your full examination of the house. This wasn't when you were going. It's just an initial look. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what stood out to you when you did that initial look.
When I initially went up to on the front porch and looked inside, I knew at that point that it was going to be something obviously it was going to have to back out on until I could do some other things. But at that particular point, I noticed that there were multiple bullet holes in the front of the house near the area of the door. There was actually a bullet hole through the screen door, the frame. The inside door, obviously there would be a front entrance door, and then there would be an exterior screen door. One of the things I noticed at that point is there was not a bullet hole in the front entrance door, and I noticed that there were blood stains on the door itself on the exterior portion. And having seen that, that led me to believe that the front door was most likely open when the bloodletting event had occurred. From there, I actually looked inside. I didn't go inside the residence at that point, but I did look inside.
Let me interrupt you real quick. Can you show the jury, where were you standing on the exhibit that's up, I think it's A544, where were you standing when you did this initial look?
I was standing right here on the front porch.
Okay. And you didn't go into the residence at this time, you just kind of looked in?
At that particular time, no, I did not enter.
Okay. I'm going to show you, I'm going to put up on the screen what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A192.
Yes.
Okay. You had talked about some blood splatter on the door. Tell us what that is. First of all, what's blood splatter, blood spatter? Can you tell us the difference on some of those different ways that blood can get onto an item?
Blood spatter or a blood stain is basically a deposit of blood on a surface due to an external force applied. In short, what that would mean is something occurred that caused somebody to bleed, and the thing that caused them to bleed caused blood to be expelled from that area. And so at that point, if it's deposited on a surface, then you would have a spatter stain or a blood stain.
Okay. In State's Exhibit A192, can you see it over, that you have in your hand? I know you can't see it on the screen above you. Can you see it on that one over there, by chance?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Barely.
Oh, there you go. You got it right next to you.
Yeah.
The exhibit you have in your hand there, is that the same exhibit that's up on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And where in that picture is the blood that you recognized?
Down along the lower portion, do I need to stand to
Yeah, if you could.
articulate that?
I'll bring you out there. I know it's kind of tight.
you look in this area, you'll see stains here, here, here. There's multiple stains throughout.
Okay. And if you stay right there for a second, I'm going to put up on the screen what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A193. Okay. And again, can you tell the jury what's depicted in that picture?
Once again, there are spatter stains deposited on the exterior surface of the door, and you can see those here. Those in specific have characteristics to them. These, to size and distribution, there's not many characteristics there.
I'm going to put State's Exhibit A194 up on the screen. And again, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
If you look here and you see these stains, and remember the ones I said had characteristics to them and some that doesn't have many, you also see stains on the floor in these areas as well, out into here as well.
Okay. And what area is of the trailer is that?
That's near the front entrance door.
I'm going to keep you right there, if you would. I'm going to put up State's Exhibit A55. Okay. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there, and then show them again on the diagram where that picture is taken from and what's depicted?
This is the front porch that I spoke of earlier. There is the screen door that I told you earlier that appeared to have a bullet hole in the corner of it near the jamb. And in relation to where that is, once again, it is right here in this area.
Okay. Was it your testimony that when you looked at that area, you noticed the screen door had bullet holes, but the front door did not? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Give me State's Exhibit A155, if you could, please. Okay. If you could, tell the jury what they're looking at there and what area the house or residence that is.
This area, once again, this would be the, I believe that's the front porch area. And you can see the screen door in a closed position here. And then you begin to see multiple bullet holes in that area. Some of what you see here were not bullet holes. They were holes from maybe a previous handle or something of that nature. But we were able, based on its appearance, to tell that one of them appeared to be a bullet hole.
Okay. And you said you were able to look in to the general area of that living room. Can you give me State's Exhibit A183, please? Okay. Walk the jury through State's Exhibit A183. What are they looking at there? What are they seeing?
Let's start with this corner. You see plywood in this corner, and then you see something here that would be the front door. That would be the jamb of the front door. So this now tells you my general location when looking in and taking this photograph. From that general area, you will see what would be transfer stains here in blood, and they're in the form of maybe a drag. It appeared that that a bloodletting event had occurred within the residence and the individuals were drugged throughout the residence. Over here you see another area where a body was turned and then drugged to the same area of the residence. Also you see partial footwear impressions in blood in that area.
When you initially looked into that residence, again, was that all readily apparent to you? And does that truly and accurately depict the way that area looked from that door?
Yes, it did.
Okay, you can go ahead and have a seat. So at that time, after you do that initial look into the residence, did you immediately go in and start analyzing that scene, or did you back out and was there more work to be done first?
When I first arrived, and obviously we had the briefing, and then I would have eventually went to the front door. Some of these photographs we've shown you are photographs that were taken later once we were inside. But earlier on, there was photographs that were taken from the front porch that would show these individual characteristics within the scene. And at that point, seeing what I just showed you there in the photograph, I felt that I needed to back out. We have access. We actually, at that time, we had 3D scanners, and they were, we only had a few, and so they were divided between the southern units and the northern units. And our unit had one, and we would kind of share that scanner. And so I felt that it very important to back out from that scene and be able to bring our 3D scanner in and to scan the interior and the exterior of the scene prior to us doing anything.
Okay. Take a few minutes to tell the jury about these 3D scanners. What is a 3D scanner? How does it work? Or what do you use it for?
It's a documentation tool, and it's a measuring device. It's a very complex piece of equipment that does very simple things. In short, it will take images of something. It will give you an accurate representation of something by scanning millions of points. It also is a device that will give you elevations so that you basically know where you are in that area. If you've ever seen surveyors, modern surveyors, they basically use the same thing. And it also gives you measurements. So it takes measurements, elevations, and gives you an image.
Okay. And back on April 22nd, 2016, did you have actual physical possession? You personally have physical possession of your 3D scanner?
I did not, no.
Okay. Did you have to call one of your partners in to come do the scan?
Yes. Based on geographical location of where we lived, it was determined that it would be better if it was centralized, and so another agent was assigned that at that time. And so no, I did not have one.
Okay. With respect to the 3D scan of this scene, did you actually conduct, or were you the person who did the scan of this scene?
No, I did not.
Okay. Yeah. Was there a little bit of a wait time or delay while that other agent brought that 3D scanner down with respect to processing the inside of that trailer?
Yes, there was a delay.
Okay. While you were waiting for that other agent to show up and do that scan, did you do other work around the property?
At some point, yes. At some point, we were notified that a search warrant had been obtained. Once we were notified that a search warrant had been obtained, Special Agent Price and myself began somewhat of an exterior walkthrough. When you do a walkthrough, it's relatively a search at that point, but it's not the primary search. So we did a walkthrough for documentation purposes, and we walked the exterior of the property, taking photographs from as many angles and locations as possible.
Let's talk about that. When you roll up onto a scene like this, or you're called to a scene like this, you don't really know too much of what's going on or the background when you first get there. Is that correct?
That's true, yes.
Okay. And is it pretty much standard practice before you enter onto one of these properties to try to obtain a search warrant or some legal authority to actually be able to go on the property?
Yes, we attempt to obtain a search warrant. It's obviously it's not always a sure thing, but we attempt to obtain a search warrant. In a case like this, there are too many unknown factors not to make that attempt. In other words, we just didn't want to go onto this property and begin the process without having that authority.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, we did.
Once you got the search warrant and you felt you could move around the property, is it pretty much standard to document the outside of a property or a scene like this?
It is for me, yes it is.
Okay. And walk the jury through how you do that and why that's important.
Well, what I want to do is paint a picture for the purposes of why we're here today. I want to be able to walk you through what originally was there, and not only what I would have seen, but what the camera will get in a photograph. I want you to be able to see that. It's also for evidence purposes. Things change over time, and we want to preserve that as best we can.
Okay. And when you document a scene, is there a standard way you do it? You go from outside in, you go from right to left. Is there some pattern that you use, or is it scene dependent?
It can depend upon the scene. It can dictate some things, but in my mind, I always had a process that I wanted to go through, and I wanted to back up to an area where I thought was relevant, and then I would always go a little further, and I would start my documentation there. In this particular case, it led me down into the woods, out onto the roadway, many different locations.
All right, I'm gonna hand you another stack of pictures. If you could, just take a look at those pictures. I'll take my sticky off of it. And again, check the back for me, make sure your signature's on there. Not your signature, your initials.
Yes, my initials and the date.
And do you recognize that stack of pictures that I just handed you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you recognize them as pictures that you took as part of your work in this case?
Yes.
And again, do those pictures truly and accurately depict the areas that you photographed that day?
Yes, sir, they do.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A1? All right, put up on the screen what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A1. The A1 that is on the screen, again, do you recognize it as State's Exhibit A1 that you looked at?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell the jury what's depicted in this picture and why you take that type of picture?
It sounds trivial, but I want something to document where I was at that particular time and location. I said earlier that there would be this photograph, and I recall taking this photograph. My vehicle would have been just behind where I was standing when I took this photograph.
Okay. I'm going to see if we can do this by keeping you seated, just so we don't have to get you up and down. Do you have your... Can you point to where that picture would have been taken?
Yes, somewhere in this vicinity right here is where I would have been.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A2. And again, State's Exhibit A2 that's up on the screen, does that truly and accurately depict the State's Exhibit A2 that you took as part of this, your work in this case?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what's depicted in this picture and where on that overhead diagram you would have taken that picture from?
State's Exhibit A2, obviously, is a photograph. That photograph would be of this area crossing the driveway. And remember, the first exhibit was here and I was back here. And so now it's almost a picture of coming around to the entrance of the residence.
Okay. Does that truly and accurately depict the way that driveway looked when you were out there doing your work on April 22nd, 2016?
It does, yes.
All right. Mr. Junk, you just click over to the next one. I'm going to put up what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A3. Can you tell us the State's Exhibit A3, again, that's up on the image, truly and accurately depict the A3 that you reviewed as part of your work in this case?
Yes.
Okay. You tell us what we're looking at in that picture and where on the diagram that's taken.
The last two photographs I showed you on the diagram were of the front entrance and the mailbox. I'm in the same general location out on the roadway. I'm just working my way in almost a counterclockwise manner. And you're beginning to see the residents in the background. So I would be here and you would see the residents in the background.
Okay. The silver truck that's depicted right there in the driveway, did you see that in the picture?
Yes.
Can you show us where that truck is in the overhead diagram?
I believe it would be in that area right there.
Okay. Does that truly and accurately depict the way that area looked on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes, it does.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A5. Again, can you tell the jury what we're looking at there? And again, is that the A5 that you reviewed as part of your work in this case?
Yes, it is. It represents a photograph that I took on that day. What you're seeing here is I'm now moving around this area a little more. One of the things that you'll notice throughout the photographs is they will always overlap. There will be something in one photograph that you will see again in the next photograph. And that's for purposes of being able to orient those as to where you were. It's not always possible to do that when you get into smaller items, but predominantly we try to overlap those photographs. So as you can see the truck there and see the truck in the photograph, that will give you the location I was standing.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A6? Again, same thing. Can you tell us what we're looking at there and where on the board that picture was taken from?
I would now be over in this area, again, working in a counterclockwise manner. And if you look in the corner of the photograph, again, you'll see that truck.
Okay. And let me ask you a couple follow-up questions on this picture. You were working this scene right here, which is 4077.
Yes.
Did you have other agents down working this scene as well?
There were other agents in that vicinity working, yes. I did not travel to their scene at that time, but yes, they were in this location.
And again, where were you taken? Where'd you take that picture from?
This general area over in here.
Okay. So between the building you did, 4077, and that location, again, is there a garage depicted and the semi-trailer depicted? Can you see those items as well?
Yes, I can.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. Well, let me back up. Does that truly and accurately depict the way that area looked on that day?
Yes, it does.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A7. Again, same thing. Walk us through what we're seeing there and where on the diagram that picture was taken.
I'm basically now over in this area, and I'm shooting back in that direction with my camera. And you can very faintly see the rear end portion, the bed of that truck in that photograph. So once again, we can use that to orient ourselves as to where we are.
So once again,
Repeat, you said once again, we can use that to orient. She didn't pick you up, court reporter didn't pick you up.
Yeah, we can orient where we were based on that vehicle and its location.
Okay. What exhibit is that? Do you have that?
7A7.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A8. Again, tell us what that is and where on the diagram that picture was taken.
Exhibit A8, once again, is a photograph. And now I'm down in this area. So I started here, I'm working my way around here. You can no longer see the truck, but in the last couple of photographs, you were able to see the container, the truck container. And now you can orient yourself as to where I am by the container being in the background.
Hey, Jahan, I'm going to try to do something here real quick. See if we can't. Let's try to move that there. All right. Does that truly and accurately depict the way that area looked on that day?
Yes, it does.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A9.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, again, what we're looking at there and where that picture's taken from?
I'm now over in this location of the property. There was a small roadway down, and we followed along that roadway, and we looked in that area for things such as footwear, any kind of thing that we thought could be considered as evidence. And I'm taking a photograph back toward the house. In that photograph, kind of entwined in the trees, you can see the rear portion of that container, the white container with the orange stripe.
Truly and accurately depict the way that area looked on that day?
Yes, sir, it does.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A10.
Now moving around this area, if you look at the photograph in the central portion of the photograph, you can see the residence that was where the crime scene was, where our victims were, and I'm down over the hill, basically on that little roadway.
I'm going to skip to State's Exhibit A12. All right, again, I've got State's Exhibit A12 up on the screen. Can you tell us where that picture's taken from and what we're looking at there?
Yes, this photograph is taken, it's of the residence, the Rhoden residence earlier that we saw, the mailbox. And I'm almost directly behind that residence down in the wooded area.
State's Exhibit A13.
It's another photograph, still on that basic roadway, and I'm traveling in a clockwise manner, and you can see in the center of the photograph there, you can see the residence as well.
State's Exhibit A14.
Still traveling in the same direction. My focus is on the residence and anything in between the residence and where I'm standing. And you can faintly see the roof of the residence from the photograph.
Were you able to look at, before we go to the next one, were you able to look at those pens? Did you examine those pens or what was in those pens? Did you look at that at all?
Those, I believe, were for chickens were housed in those.
State's Exhibit A15. Again, can you show us on the diagram where you're taking that picture from and where you're pointing back to?
I'm now down in this area, photographing back toward the residence.
Okay. State's Exhibit A16. Where are we at there, and what are you picturing?
Down over in that area, you can see some of the containers, vehicles, and a lot of the buildings and storage areas on the property.
Okay. And at some point later, were you able to go and actually process or look at some of those outbuildings?
Yes.
State's Exhibit, what was that I just showed, A15 or A16?
16.
Let me go, State's Exhibit A17.
Yes.
Can you tell us what we're looking at there and where that picture was taken from?
Yes, I'm still down in that portion of the property shooting photography back toward the residence or the general location of the residence. And once again, I'm trying to capture as much and preserve in a photograph as I can at that point.
State's Exhibit A18?
Yes.
Can you tell us where we're at and what we're looking at?
Yeah, I'm now moving toward the residence and still back down in this area. We see outbuildings, we see vehicles. Nothing really remarkable in the photograph other than for document purposes.
State's Exhibit A19?
A19 again, I'm in that general area. Now I'm beginning to pan out from that area and try to take photographs from all angles of the things that surround me.
State's Exhibit A20?
Moving up a little closer toward this portion, and obviously there's a lot of equipment there and vehicles there. Nothing remarkable at the time.
State's Exhibit A21?
You're beginning to see me up in this area now, looking back toward that large barn that was adjacent to the residence.
And did you go into that barn? Do you remember what was in that barn?
At some point, I did go into the barn. There were some animals in there. I believe there may have been some dogs in there, some very large livestock in that area as well.
Okay. State's Exhibit A22?
It's a picture basically for documentation purposes of the large outbuilding or a old barn there next to the residence.
State's Exhibit A23?
It's just another angle of the last photograph, and I'm moving up toward what would be Union Hill Road at that point.
And again, is this part of your just wide, broad sweep around the property?
Yes, it is.
State's Exhibit A25?
I'm now over in this area, kind of looking back that direction, and you can see that I've come full circle, and you can actually see in the center of the photograph the truck that I referenced earlier in the photographs.
And State's Exhibit A26.
Same basic location, I've just turned to another angle to get a photograph of the side of the building.
State's Exhibit, I'm going to skip to, what's A27, I'm sorry.
827, I'm moving again toward Union Hill Road. You're beginning to see barricade tape now. So that would let us understand how far beyond the scene that we actually did go for documentation purposes.
Skip to A29.
This area, once again, I'm moving out toward Union Hill Road, down in this area here, photographing back, and you can faintly see barricade tape around the actual residence itself in the center of the photograph near the front of the van.
Skipping to A31.
Just continuing now back out on Union Hill Road and trying to make full circle. I'm approaching what would be the location of where my vehicle would have been parked.
Do me a favor, can you show, from this picture on the overhead diagram, are you able to pick up some of those vehicles again, where those vehicles were?
This line of vehicles here, so I would have been in that area there.
A32.
Once again, just a different angle, moving toward my vehicle or the location of where the mailbox would be.
Okay, let me ask you real quick. Actually, give me, just click ahead to A33 for me. Click back to A32. Okay. State's Exhibit A32. On a point right there on the far right, and then indicate where I just pointed. That silver truck there, was that the truck that, again, you depicted earlier on from a back view that was in the driveway?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit A33.
I'm basically in the same location, but now I've moved just to a different angle and still traveling in the direction of the mailbox.
We're going to move to State's Exhibit A54. After you do that initial broad sweep of the property, as part of your work at that scene, do you then go around and do a close-up documentation of the trailer 4077 Union Hill Road?
Yes, I do.
And what's the purpose of that?
If you recall earlier, I talked about we will take an overall general photograph and we will try to overlap those photographs so that we could put those together into a chain and you would see one continuous picture. Now that we move in, we're looking for finer detail, but we're unable to overlap as much because now we're focusing on something closer. But you can use the first photographs as a reference to where we were when we take the next line of photographs. So if you couldn't see this orange mower in relation to where it was with the truck now, but prior to that, you would be able to see that because it's a wider angle photograph.
So State's Exhibit A54 that you have there on the screen, you pointed out an orange mower. When you were at that property that day, did you find or did you notice an orange bush hog or mower in front of that property?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and again, is that depicted in that picture?
Yes, it is.
Can you show the jury on the diagram or the overhead picture where that is located?
You can actually see the mower right in this area here in front of the residence.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A56.
Yes. Now I'm still going in a somewhat of a counterclockwise direction. If you would reference the last photograph, you would see the corner of the residence and the satellite dish You can again see that as well as the front door.
State's Exhibit A57.
Again, this would be a photograph of the end of the residence as I'm traveling clockwise.
And again, is that the condition you found it in that day?
Absolutely, yes.
And did you find, does it appear that that window at the far end of that trailer was open?
Yes.
State's Exhibit A58. Were you out there?
Once again, Exhibit A58 is a photograph that I've taken of the corner of the residence. When we turn a corner on the residence, we try to get both sides of the residence so that when we look back at it later, we'll be able to determine an orientation.
State's Exhibit A59.
Now directly behind the residence.
A60.
I panned to my right just a little bit, still standing behind the residence because I wanted to pick up the corner of the residence in relation to the barn.
A61.
This photograph, I've moved in closer to the rear of the residence.
I'm going to skip to A63.
This is a photograph, A63. One of the things I try to do is document the condition of doors and windows in a residence.
State's Exhibit A65.
A65, again, I'm at the corner of the residence, still working my way around in a counterclockwise manner.
A67. Going to jump to A67.
I'm now at the other end of the residence. Earlier we seen a photograph where the window was open. I've now traveled to the opposite end of that. This would be the exterior of the wall of the interior bedroom.
A68.
I'm moving around to the front of the residence now, and you can see the porch in the background, so now we know where we are in the photograph.
And finally, A69.
A69, I've come full circle, moved all the way around the residence, back to the front.
At some point, as you went around the outside of that property, actually close up to that trailer, did you begin to notice various pieces of evidence that you may want to collect?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibits A94, A95, and A96. You put up State's Exhibit A94 for me. All right. The image that's depicted on the screen there, State's Exhibit A94, again, is that the same A94 that you have in your hand?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And could you tell the jury, again, on the diagram, where is this picture depicting and what are you trying to depict there?
If you look over in this general area, you'll see the mower deck, the front of the residence. And in the photograph, you can now see the corner of the mower deck and the front of the residence in relation to where this item number 1 would have been located.
Okay. And can I get State's Exhibit A95? What's depicted in State's Exhibit A95?
Basically the same as A94, however, we've moved in. As I said earlier, we take a wide angle photograph so that you can orient that. So if I just showed you 95, you wouldn't know where it was located on the property. Basically here you do, and it's a photograph of what appeared to be a Mountain Dew can.
And State's Exhibit A96?
A96 is simply a close-up photograph of that can.
As part of your work in this case, did you collect State's Exhibit, or did you collect the Mountain Dew can that's depicted in that picture?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 486. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury What is State's Exhibit 486?
It's packaged in a brown paper bag, has evidence tape on it. It has my original initials on it. I did collect and seal this.
Do me a favor, could you cut it open and pull it out for us?
Do I need gloved hands or should I not?
Yeah, go ahead and put the gloves on.
A little small for my hands.
Oh. I got access to it. Let me trade you up. I get you the meetings.
Thank you. Once again, it'll be a brown paper bag. This would be, appears to be the original bag. On the day that we collected this, has my initials on it, and there would be the actual item.
Okay, so let's walk through that. Tell the jury, when you collect a piece of evidence from a scene, how do you go about collecting it? How do you package it? How do you label it? What do you do with it?
I should go back by, if you don't mind, by indicating how we were dressed at that time. When we processed this scene, we were dressed in full Tyvek suits. Tyvek would help keep us from contaminating the scene. We were also dressed with Tyvek boots on our shoes, over the exterior of our shoes, so that we would not contaminate things within the scene. We would also have gloves. For purposes here today, I don't know if I'll be able to change my gloves out after every piece of evidence, but when it would come to a critical piece of evidence, if I collected this piece of evidence at the scene, after I collected it and packaged it, those gloves would come off. They would be gone, and before I got another piece of evidence, I would have to change my gloves. Because we're looking at DNA and the possible transfer of DNA from one item to another. For purposes today, I may not do that if it's okay. But our procedure would be to photograph it. It would be to document it in a program we call CrimePad. From there, we would make a label and we would actually package the evidence. When I processed crime scenes, I did things a little different than other agents. Everybody has their things they do. I collected, documented, and packaged every piece of evidence as it was collected and found.
Okay. And then once it's packaged and collected, what do you do with it from there?
That would depend on the circumstance and the situation. In this particular case, it would be secured in one of our vehicles, one of our crime scene vehicles, and it could go through various stages after that. It just depends on the situation.
You talked about the label that you give it. Again, is each item you collected given a unique item number, a unique identification piece, so you can kind of keep track of it through the process?
Yes, it is. This would be the original label that I had printed out that day and attached to the packaging.
And the item number that you give it, does that typically correspond to what's known as a photo placard?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in the exhibit that we still have up on the screen is the photo placard for this item, obviously, of, picture.
Yes.
Okay. Is that what item number for your purposes was that item?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Item number 1?
Yes, item number 1. And you also saw a placard in the photograph that had a number 1, and so those two would correspond.
Now, when you collect a piece of evidence from a scene, ultimately, where does it end up?
It can end up either at our facility, storage facility in London. It could go to an agency, or it could be submitted directly to the laboratory for analysis.
And if you're going to submit something to the laboratory for analysis, how does that work? How do you make that request? How do you do that?
We fill out a submission sheet, and then we would take the item to the laboratory, and it would be accepted by the laboratory. They would then give it their lab number, and eventually, hopefully it would make it to the lab worker, and they would work that piece of evidence.
And ultimately, in this case, was some of the evidence that you collected at the scene submitted to the lab for DNA testing?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I believe the parties have a stipulation with respect to State's Exhibit 486.
That's correct, Judge.
What is that stipulation?
The stipulation with respect to State's Exhibit 486 would be that the DNA on this exhibit, which is scene number 1, the Mountain Dew can collected from in front of 4077 Union Hill Road, contains Gary Rhoden's DNA.
All right, so the exhibit number is 486, collected at scene 1, and the stipulation is that the item depicted there, that exhibit, which is that Mountain Dew can,
Correct.
contains Gary Rhoden's DNA.
Correct.
Is that,
Just
Yes.
for a moment.
the stipulation, which you've heard here, but let me just sort of repeat this. The DNA on scene 1, photo EX1, which is exhibit number 486, trial exhibit number 486, but it's given I think that these other numbers also appear on there, EX1, CSI number 40, but the exhibit number for trial purposes is exhibit number 486, which is a Mountain Dew can found in front of Chris Sr.'s trailer, contains Gary Rhoden's DNA. That's a stipulation. You are to accept that as if established by evidence, all right? Now you may continue your.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. John, can you give me State's Exhibit A97? In addition to that Mountain Dew can, did you find a couple other items out front of 4077 Union Hill Road?
Yes, sir.
We have up on the screen what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A97. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in that picture and where in the scene that is?
Exhibit A97 would be item number 2. You see a number 2 placard. You really can't see the actual evidence, but the general purpose is to see the placard so it can be orientated as to where it is. And once again, we would do follow-up photography.
Okay. In addition to that placard number 2, is there another placard that's identifiable that you can see in that picture?
Yes, you can faintly see what's going to be item number 3. It's over closer to the actual mobile home itself.
Okay,
You
and
can see it
again-
faintly just above the crime scene tape.
Are those the locations you found those 2 items in the day that you collected them?
Yes, they are.
All right. Can you give me State's Exhibit A98? Can you tell the jury what they're seeing in State's Exhibit A98?
Once again, you see my placard number 2, the scaled placard, and you see a cigarette butt or a partial cigarette butt there.
As part of your work in this case, did you collect that cigarette butt?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you tell the jury how you collected it, what process you used to package it, and what you did with it when you had it collected?
Yes, collecting it, once again, it would be in its own container, which would be this yellow envelope. This appears to be the original envelope. It has the original label that I put on the front. It also has my initials on the back. At that point, it would have been collected. We used small disposable tweezers. They were little plastic blue tweezers, and we would carry them by the bags, and that would be used to collect this, place it in the envelope, and then it would be discarded.
And that has an evidence sticker or exhibit sticker on it of State's Exhibit 487, is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit 99? State's Exhibit A99 is up on the screen. Can you tell us what's depicted in that exhibit, please?
Yes, once again, this would be a photograph. You can see here a placard with a number 3 on it that we referenced in the last photograph, and an additional one, which is number 4. These were items of potential evidence as well.
Can you show me State's Exhibit 101, please? All right, we have State's Exhibit A101 up on the screen. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, once again, it's item number 3. According to my placard, that would have been my evidence item number 3, and it's another partial cigarette butt.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. It's State's Exhibit A488. State's Exhibit A488. Can you tell us what that is, please?
Yes, I have a yellow envelope. Once again, it has my original label that I would have printed. On the back is my original initials and the tape. One packaged inside of that obviously would be the item number 3, which would be the partial cigarette butt.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A102 on the screen.
A102, again, it's a photograph that I'd taken. 2 photographs ago, we actually saw this number 4, and that photograph was taken, so now you have an orientation as to where number 4 is in relation to number 3. You can't quite see the evidence, but we will get there.
And State's Exhibit A103.
State's Exhibit A103. It's my item number 4. You can see a partial cigarette butt. If you look on the grass, you can actually see ashes that are contained there as well, indicating that it could have been most deposited there very recently. And it is my item number 4.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A489. Can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit A489 is?
Yes, it is the partial cigarette butt that we saw in the photograph. Actually, they're depicted now. There's my original label, and again, my initials on the rear.
State's exhibits, those last 3 exhibits that I handed you, were they all collected and maintained in the ordinary course of your duty there at BCI?
Yes, they were.
And ultimately, were those items that were stored so that they could be sent to the lab?
Yes.
Your Honor, we have another stipulation.
All right, let's, if this is acceptable to counsel, let's do it this way. Since you've worked out these stipulations in advance of trial, let's have you state the stipulation exactly as you wish the jury to accept it. We'll have counsel over here indicate whether that's accurate or not, and then I will so instruct the jury.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. All right. The state and the defendant have entered into a stipulation with respect to State's Exhibits 487, 488, and 489, which are the 3 cigarette butts that this witness just testified to. That stipulation is that the DNA on the cigarette butt marked as State's Exhibit 487, which is item number 2, 488, which is item number 3, and State's Exhibit A489, which is item 4, from the front of Chris Sr.'s trailer, contain the following DNA profiles. The butt identified as State's Exhibit 487, or item number 2, contains a mixture of DNA with Gary Rhoden contained in the mixture. The butts identified as State's Exhibit A488, which is item number 3, and State's Exhibit 489, which is item number 4, contain Gary Rhoden's DNA.
Mr. Parker or Mr. Nash, on behalf of the defendant, does that accurately state the stipulation?
Yes, Judge.
And the jury is instructed you will so find each of those stipulations as read by counsel as if they had been, that those facts had been established by evidence. Right?
Thank you, Your Honor. I put before you and the jury what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A545. Can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit A545 is?
Yeah, it's a basic sketch prepared of the residence from an angle, an azimuth angle, as though you were looking down. Once again, you see the residence, you see the front porch. The other items that we just introduced, they would have been out in this general area and around through there. And now we're seeing an outbuilding that is incorporated into the diagram.
And is that something that BCI prepared as part of the work in this case?
Yes.
And with respect to that actual exhibit, does that focus on biological evidence that was collected from 4077 Union Hill Road?
Yes, I believe it does.
And as part of your work in that front porch area, in addition to the cigarette butts and the Mountain Dew can that were found in the yard, did you also find some biological evidence on that front porch?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. It states exhibits A142 through A145. Mr. Junk, can you put A142 up on the screen for us? All right. I put states exhibit A142 on the projection screen for the jury. Again, does that treatment accurately depict the way that area looked that day?
Yes, it does.
Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in states exhibit A142?
This is basically the front porch. This photograph, the photographer me would have been in this general area, shooting back in that direction. What you see in the photograph itself is what would be my item number 11, my item number 12, and item number 13. They are very faint traces of what appeared to be blood in each of those areas.
Okay. Again, is that something you observed as you did your work on that scene on that day?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states exhibit 143. Just go ahead and click the next one. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in states exhibit A143?
Exhibit 143 is a close-up. Obviously, in the last photograph, you saw the placard with the number 11. It's also represented here. And this is a substance that appears to be blood on the step.
If you could, walk the jury through when you collect blood from a scene. How do you do it? What's the technique? How do you obtain that blood, and what do you do with it?
I have a very specific thing that I always did when collecting blood, and would still do if I collected it today. Obviously, I would put fresh gloves on. At that point, I would have my container ready to deposit the evidence into it. And then we take sterile swabs. Sometimes they contain one swab. Most of the time, the sterile swab would contain just one swab, sometimes two. But in this case, there were one swab per container, and there was a specific area on that container that I always tore. I removed that. I took my swab. Now, depending on if the blood is dry or if the blood is wet. If the blood is wet, then you can just simply use the applicator, the cotton swab. You can take a standard of that, and then we would let that dry, and it would be packaged. When I say let it dry, you can put it into the container, leave the end open, and let that dry. If it is wet blood, then we would use sterile saline to wet the applicator so that we would be able to extract that swab.
Okay. And did you, as part of your work on this day, collect a swab of the placard 11 of that blood spot?
I believe I may have collected 2 swabs, yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A496. Do you recognize the markings on that package?
Yes, I do. It indicates my item number 11. The quantity is 2 swabs of suspected blood from the top step. This is my original label, and that is my initials.
And again, did you collect that in accordance with your training, in accordance with BCI SOP, and the way you testified today?
Absolutely, yes.
And what did you do with it once you collected it?
It was allowed to dry. It was completely packaged, sealed, and at some point it would have been released for processing or examination, I should say.
Released to the lab?
Released to another agent or directly to the lab.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes at State's Exhibit A144. Again, State's Exhibit A144 that's up on the screen. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
Yes, I believe this to be suspected blood on the sidewalk area of the in front of the residence.
And did you mark it with a photo placard and document it for the purposes of the trial?
Yes, I did.
And is that exact spot there, can you show the jury what spot that is on the diagram?
Would basically be in this area. You can see my item number 12 in the photograph, and it would be in that general area as well.
Did you also collect that item as part of your work in this case?
Yes, I did.
Would you have removed your gloves after you did 11 before you took a swab of 12?
Most likely I would have, yes. Anytime I work with something biological like that, we try to do that.
Okay. My handy what's been marked for identification purposes. It states Exhibit A497. States Exhibit A497. Do you recognize the markings on that package?
Yes, I do. Once again, it has my original label, appears to be my original packaging, and it does have my initials on the package.
And again, what is it? What'd you do with it?
This would be my item number 12, which would be 2 swabs of suspected blood collected from the paver in front of the residence, and it would have either been turned over to another agency, secured in an evidence facility, or directly taken to the lab for submission.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. Is State's Exhibit A145.
Yes.
State's Exhibit A145. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at in that picture?
In Exhibit 145, you can see a placard, obviously with a 13 on it. In looking at this, it's very hard to see that there was actually residue of suspected blood there in the grass area. So from there, once again, the same process.
Can you show the jury where that suspected blood was in the diagram?
So here being the step was 11, and then there's the paver, and then there is a grassy area in front of the porch. It would have been in that general area.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. It states Exhibit A498. States Exhibit A498. You recognize the markings on that item?
Exhibit 498, I do. It is my evidence number 13. And again, it has my original label, has my initials on the back. And I have it listed as a blood-like stain, and I had taken 2 swabs of that from the grassy area.
Okay. And again, State's Exhibit the 498 that I just handed you? A498 that I just handed you?
Yes.
Again, did you collect that according to your training, BCI, SOP, and store it the same way?
Yes, I did.
Again, do you know, were those items eventually sent to the lab, or were some of those items eventually sent to the lab for DNA testing?
I believe some of them were sent to the lab. After the processing of the scene, I would have ended up, we designated one individual at that point that was more centralized than I was, and that evidence went to that individual. And from there, things were then submitted and to the laboratory for analysis.
Give me 1 second. 1 moment. Your Honor, at this time, the parties, again, have a stipulation with respect to State's Exhibits A496, A497, and A498.
Why don't you state the exhibit then as you understand it to be agreed to, and then I'll ask Mr. Parker here.
Thank you, Your Honor. The parties agree that the swabs marked as Exhibits A496 and A497, which are items 11 and 12 in the pictures and for BCI purposes, were not submitted to the lab for DNA testing. The swab marked as Exhibit A498, which is item number 13, as contained in the pictures and the BCI records, was sent to the lab for DNA testing. And that evidence, or that swab, or those swabs, contained human blood that was matched to Gary Rhoden's DNA.
Mr. Parker, do you agree with the stipulation as stated, just stated by counsel with respect to A496, A497, and A498?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will accept each of those stipulations as if those facts had been established by evidence.
I don't know if you want to take the morning break now, but
It would probably be a good time to do that. We've been at it for a couple of hours or close to that. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are going to take a 15-minute break. And so, well, let's make it about 10 after 11, until 10 after 11. While you're on break, again, you're not to discuss this case with anyone. You're not to permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case. You're not to do any research concerning this case as either as to the facts or as to the law. You're not to view, listen to, or read any reports or accounts of this case. And you're to have no contact at all with any of the participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. And at 10 after 11, if you'll assemble at the jury room on the first floor to be brought up by court personnel. Anything from counsel before we recess?
No, thank you.
All right, we are in recess until 10 after 11. Is counsel for the state ready to continue your examination? Is defense ready to bring the jury in and continue?
Yes.
All right, and if Agent Henshaw will resume his place in the witness chair, of course, you're still under oath, bring the jury up. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll recall that when we began a recess that the state was conducting direct examination of Agent Henshaw. Is the state ready to continue that?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Is the defense ready also?
Yes, thank you.
All right, then you may continue. your
Thank you.
examination.
That pointer? There it is. All right, I'm going to put up for you and before the jury what's been marked for identification purposes the State's Exhibit A546. Before the break, we were testifying about, or you were testifying about some blood that you'd found in the front porch area. And again, is that general area depicted on that diagram?
Yes, it is.
Okay. In addition to the blood that you found in that area, did you also examine that front porch for signs of ballistic incidents or ballistics evidence?
Yes, sir, I did.
And take us through, if you could, explain what your observations were on the porch with respect to any signs of shots fired, ballistic evidence.
If you recall, a few photos back, we saw photographs of the front porch, and that would have had a railing around that porch. We began to, we're now working our way, as you can see, we're getting closer to the front door of the residence. We had 11, 12, and 13 down in this area. Now we're approaching the front door. And when we get into that area, we begin to see or better document the things that we had visually seen earlier. And you will see, or you may see, what we refer to as BE and then 1.0. The BE would represent ballistic event, and the 1.0 would represent a entrance of a bullet hole. When we got to the porch area and began to examine that, we got out to where you see the number 15 listed in this area, and there was some laminate flooring that was stacked up in that area. And looking through that, we actually located what we believe to be a partial bullet or a bullet in that area. And we did label that, and it would end up being item number 15/BE 1.0.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. It states exhibits A146, A149, A150, and A151. And Mr. Junkin, you put A146 on the screen for us. All right, could you tell the jury what they're looking at in State's Exhibit A146, what's depicted in that picture?
Again, these are my photographs, and if you're standing down in front of the porch, and you recall earlier we saw photographs again with item number 11. Now we're in that general vicinity of that top step where item number 11 would have been found. If you look directly in front of you in the photograph down near the bottom of the mobile home where it meets the porch, you will see an item number 14.
Okay. And were you able to look at that, examine, and determine what was there, or what caught your interest that caused you to label it item number 14?
It appeared to be a fragment or the jacketing from a bullet.
I'm going to show you what's been marked, or we're going to put up on the screen what's been marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibit A149. Again, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
Yes, we've been able to orient it in A146. Now we're moving up closer to item number 14, just to get a better general view of what that evidence is.
In State's Exhibit A151.
Exhibit 151, that would be a close-up shot of item number 14. We know its location based on the previous photographs, and we can see characteristics here that it appears to be a jacket from a copper jacket from a bullet.
Okay. With respect to what you marked as item 14, the bullet that's, or the jacket that's depicted in that picture, first of all, does that truly and accurately depict the way it looked the day you found it on the porch?
Yes, sir, it does.
And again, tell the jury how you went about collecting that item.
This would be something that normally we would, once again, I spoke earlier of the blue disposable tweezers that we use. Normally, that's what we use to collect something of this nature.
Did you in fact collect that item?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A499. Do you recognize the markings on that document?
Yes, it is my evidence number 14. It appears to be my original label documenting the contents. This packaging has my initials on the back from the time that it was collected.
Can you tell the jury what you remember being in that?
What I remember being in it, and I'm filling it here to see if it's there, is what represents item number 14 in the photograph, which would be this copper jacket.
Can you open State's Exhibit A499, please?
Yes. This exhibit, item number 14, which is my item number, it is in a small individual package now. Most likely would have been placed by a lab worker or a scientist or somebody that would have looked at this.
Okay. And again, do you recognize State's Exhibit A499 as the jacket that you collected on that day?
Yes, I do. This is what we collected, item number 14.
Your Honor, I request permission to publish this to the jury.
Any objections to that?
No objection.
All right, maybe so.
Can you place that back in the envelope for me?
Yes, sir.
Was that item, again, collected, packaged, maintained, and stored in accordance with BCI standard operating procedure?
Yes, it was.
In addition to State's Exhibit 499, which was marked by photo placard 14, did you also look at that laminate flooring to see if there was a projectile in it?
Yes, we did look at the laminate flooring. On the, as you could have seen in the photographs earlier, there was a stack of laminate flooring. And on the outer edge, in other words, the edge that would be facing the road, which is the edge that you would see if you were looking toward the house, located some damage there. And in looking into that damage, it appeared to be another partial bullet and fragment there.
I've handed you a group of photo exhibits. If you could, take a look at those. I'm going to start by reusing State's Exhibit A146, and that's not in your stack there, but you just testified to it. Okay. If you look at the screen real quick, that's State's Exhibit A146. Again, what's depicted there? What area are you looking at when we're talking about this item number 15?
It would be out in this area on your diagram. In the photographs, it's obviously on top of the porch railing that goes around the exterior of the porch.
Can you go ahead and forward to State's Exhibit A147? Okay, State's Exhibit A147, that's up on the screen there. What's depicted in that? What's the jury looking at?
This is the stack of laminate flooring, again, that's stacked up on the rail.
A148?
A148 is another photograph. Notice in A147, we're showing it's a wide view of this. We've now moved to a closer view because we had observed some damage there, and you can clearly see a damaged area there in A148.
And again, as you're looking at that, are you up on that porch looking for projectile strikes?
Had been, yes.
Okay.
Prior to that, yes.
And what you're seeing there in that laminate flooring, again, based on your knowledge, your training, your experience, was that consistent with a projectile having gone into that?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Can you go ahead and give me the A158? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at and State's Exhibit A158?
Yeah, we've now panned in on this specific piece of laminate, and you can see a scale there, and again, it's listed as BE 1.0, which would be a ballistic event, or shooting a firearm would constitute a ballistic event, and this was the first entrance that we found, so it was 1.0.
And were you able to pull those planks apart and to look further to see if you could actually find the projectile associated with that ballistic event?
Yes, sir.
Can you show me State's Exhibit A266, please? Okay. Can you tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit A266?
A266, again, it's a photograph from the porch looking at the laminate flooring. If you recall in the last photograph, we saw BE 1.0. That piece of laminate has now been moved, and we found what appeared to be a bullet there laying on top of the laminate. You see that listed there as item number 15 in the placard. So again, it's item number 15, BE 1.0.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A267? Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is a close-up of item number 15, the partial bullet.
268?
We've now collected that and trying to take a photograph of the end of it. That could possibly be used later for measurements or something of that nature.
Okay, when you say measurements or something like that, again, do you have a firearms section there at your lab at BCI?
Yes, we do. That's one of the disciplines we talked about earlier. Different disciplines in our lab. We would have DNA, we'd have latent fingerprints, we would have a firearms section, so yes.
Is one of the things that you do from time to time take ballistic evidence such as projectiles, shell casings that are found at the scene and ask that section to do examinations or comparisons?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me the, go ahead and give me 269. Again, can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit A269?
A269, again, is item number 15, the bullet. It's just from the opposite end as what we saw in Exhibit 268.
Did you collect what you have marked there as item number 15?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes in State's Exhibit A500. Can you take a look at that for me?
A500, once again, it's listed as item number 15. This would be the bullet we just looked at that I collected. This packaging has my original label, and again, my initials are on the back.
If you could you open State's Exhibit A500 for us?
Yes.
Tell the jury what was inside the envelope marked State's Exhibit A500.
It's the bullet that we just looked at in the photographs, item number 15.
Okay. Can you do me a favor? Can you actually pull that one out of the plastic wrap?
Yes.
And again, is it your testimony that the plastic little baggie that it's in is consistent with what you know from the lab?
Most likely, yes, it is.
Okay. That exhibit that you removed from that plastic baggie, is that that projectile
I believe it is, yes.
that you collected that day?
Yes.
No objection.
go ahead and put it back in the envelope for me?
Yes.
Again, State's Exhibit A500, was that collected, packaged, stored, maintained in accordance with BCI standard operating procedures?
Yes.
In addition to those 2 projectiles that you recovered from that front porch area, did you also look around the front porch area and look at evidence of different strikes?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you another series of pictures here. You could just take a second to look at them. Mr. Junk, if you could put up State's Exhibit A136 for us. Go back out of that. It's not right. Can you give me A152? Okay. If you could, I put State's Exhibit A152 up on the screen for the jury. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there and what area of that front porch that's located in?
Yes, A152, this photograph would be taken if you were standing on the front porch looking from the area that we just looked at from the porch railing. If we were standing in that general location looking toward the front door, in this case looking toward the window.
Okay. State's Exhibit A153. Can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit A153?
Yes, there's broken glass. The window obviously had been broken. That's something that, in looking at the front of the residence, we don't just look in the obvious places or look in one area. We would try to examine the entire front exterior for bullet holes or bullet strikes, and in doing that examination, we noticed this window had broken.
Do you also examine the area around the front door for strikes and projectiles?
Absolutely, yes.
Can you tell us, can you give me State's Exhibit 155? I'm putting up on the screen what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A155. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
Yes, I can. I do not have that photograph in front of me.
We already used
but-
it once, so it's not in the file.
Yes, but A155 would be a photograph standing on the front porch, looking directly at the door. I think we looked at it earlier, and I mentioned that there were multiple suspected bullet holes there, and there were additional holes in the door that did not appear to be bullet holes. However, one of those was a bullet hole.
Did you have the opportunity, again, look around that area and examine it more closely, for bullet incidents or ballistic incidents?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Can you give me State's Exhibit 160? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there and what part of the trailer that is?
Yes, after the last photograph, obviously, we photographed things in their original condition. That's why you did not see labels prior to that. Once we photographed them in their original condition, then we approached, added labels with scales. And you can see to the far left, you would have BE 2.0. And getting closer to the door jamb, then you get 3.0, 4.0, 5.0, and then the one over in the door itself is BE 6.0.
And again, did you take a closer examination of each of those ballistic events to, again, determine angle and what you could tell from those strikes?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me State's Exhibit 8161? Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, Exhibit 161 is BE 2.0, referenced in the last photograph as being far to the left. It was over to the left of all the, of 3.0 and so on. It's basically a close-up photograph of that hole.
And again, just to be clear, because there's no real frame of reference or no context to that picture, can you just point and tell us where on the diagram that would have been?
Actually, if you look at the diagram here and you see the number 26 and you see the number 14 and the wall in between the two in this area, that's about where all of these bullet strikes would have been located.
Okay. Can you show us State's Exhibit A162? State's Exhibit A162, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
Yes, this is another bullet hole. You're now moving over closer to the door, and I referenced it earlier, and again, it's BE 3.0.
State's Exhibit A163.
Exhibit 163, again, if you look at the last photograph, you'll see the bottom of this placard, and now in looking at this, you'll see the top of the last placard, trying to keep something in the photograph to overlap, as we discussed earlier. In this photograph, in the center, you see BE 4.0, a bullet hole, and now you're getting very close to the edge of the door.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A164? Can you tell the jury what they're seeing there?
Yes, in this photograph, it's BE 5.0. It's a bullet hole, and over in the right corner, you will see the edge of that placard, which is going to be 6.0.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A165, please? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
Yes, Exhibit 165 is a photograph of BE 6.0, and one of the additional holes that I talked about earlier, I referenced, you can see the obvious difference between that hole, which appears to be a drilled hole, and the top hole, 6.0, which appears to be a bullet hole.
Mr. John, can you back me up to State's Exhibit A159? So you had right there, in those markings right around the door, you had BE 2.0 through BE 6, is that correct?
Yes.
And BE 1 was actually the strike right here in the laminate, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So with respect to the area where this, right around where 14 and 26 is in this front door area, how many bullet holes did you find in the front of that trailer in that area?
In that particular area, we would have had one, again, which is 15. Be 1.0, then we had 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 for a total in that area of approximately 6 right there.
Did you also, in doing your examination of those ballistic incidents right there in the wall of the, or in the exterior of the trailer, did you also look at those with rods or use rods to make determinations with respect to those holes?
Yes, we did insert trajectory rods through each of those holes.
And tell us about that. What is a trajectory rod? Why do you use a trajectory rod?
There's a lot of reasons or purposes for a trajectory rod. You have to have the proper, obviously the proper bullet hole there in order to be able to fit the rod in it. Meaning that you most normally want a good secondary point, so when the rod goes through, you can get an accurate line. So you have it going in one point and going out another point. That's going to give you an accurate line. What we use basically more times than none now when we use trajectory rods, we will later put a sphere on those and then we will use those when we scan the scene, and then we can do a somewhat of a reconstruction based on the scan. It will basically show us the origin or the general origin of where those bullets were fired from.
And did you put some rods through those holes to do some trajectory analysis in this case?
Yes.
Can you give me what's been identified as State's Exhibit A272? right, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A272. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
Yes, you now see a photograph of the front door. Obviously, you can see the bullet holes, the placards that are there, or the stickers that we have put there, the BE 2.0 up into 6.0, and now trajectory rods have been inserted into those holes.
Now, you testified that in addition to examining this exterior storm door for bullet holes, where you found bullet holes, did you also look at the interior front door to see if it had any bullet holes in it?
Yes,
And did you find any bullet holes in that interior front door?
I found none.
Okay. Based on your knowledge, your training, your experience, what would that indicate about that interior front door?
Based on that factor, the fact I found no bullet hole, that if you closed it, it would have lined up with a bullet hole in the screen door. Based on that fact and other facts that we've seen photographs of earlier, I believe that this front door was in the open position when this ballistic events occurred.
Can you give me State's Exhibit 265, A265? Okay, at some point, did you begin to work inside the trailer?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And again, when you came inside the trailer, were you still, to a certain extent, focusing on the internal or inside of that door frame area?
Yes.
I've got up for the jury what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A265. Can you tell us what's depicted in that picture?
Yes, you see in 265, you see the front door. You also see the screen door. If you look to the right portion of the door jamb near the light switch, you will see some trajectory rods, little pink rods sticking through the wall. And we would later label those as well.
Okay, we'll talk about that. As you did your work in that area, actually, Your Honor, can you come down for a second?
Yeah.
Probably have you come over here if you would. In that area where those trajectory rods are at, as you examine that area, did you notice, like, what'd you notice about the wood in that area?
The wood is kind of blown out in that area.
Okay. And did you find, as you did your examination of that area, did you find wood fragments or wood chips consistent with it being blown out?
Yes.
Okay. Can you point to where that is? That's why I
Yes.
brought you out, I'm sorry.
Yes. It's up in this area here, and there would be wood fragments and things in that area.
Thank you. You can take your seat again. And at some point you said you marked those interior holes as part of your examination in this case?
Yes.
And when you marked an interior hole, would you mark that interior hole and match it up with an exterior hole?
If you can determine that that interior hole is directly connected with the exterior. In other words, if I know that a bullet went in here and exited here, and there's a clear path through, and obviously there was because we were able to insert trajectory rods, then we can call that a continuation. So if you had BE 3.0 on the outside, now the inside of that specific hole or that path would now become BE 3.1. So it's 3.0 and then 3.1.
And did you in fact do that with respect to some of those holes around that door frame?
Some of them we were able to do that, yes.
All right, can you show me, or Mr. Junk, can you give us State's Exhibit A304? All right, State's Exhibit A304 is up on the screen. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit A304?
Yes, earlier I pointed out to a section on the photograph that had the pink trajectory rods and showed you that there was wood tear out there and some debris on the floor. This is a close-up of that. If you recall from the exterior, we had BE 3.0, 4.0, and 5.0. These three are from the interior, and they correspond with the exterior. Therefore, we labeled them as BE 3.1, 4.1, and 5.1.
Mr. John, can you give me 305? We're going to put up State's Exhibit A305. Again, can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's 305 is we're panning in, trying to get a closer view of these bullet holes.
306?
306 is the same. We're moving in closer, and it shows a close-up of BE 3.1.
And does that picture, again, depict the shearing of the wood or the fragmentation of the wood that you had talked about or that you were able to observe?
Yes, it appears to. There's tear out there. There's clean wood in that area.
Next picture, please. Tell us what that is?
I have 307, Exhibit 307. It looks like a close-up of BE 4.1.
Okay. Yes, and I guess for the record, what's up on the screen is State's Exhibit A307. And then A308.
A308 is another photograph of BE 5.1. You can see where it looks like the projectile came on an inward direction, and there is some metal there, and obviously what came through had enough force to bend that metal, is what it appears.
Let me take you to State's Exhibit A274. State's Exhibit A274. Again, were you able to track the inside hole to the storm door?
Yes.
Okay. And is that ballistic incident or event pictured in State's Exhibit A274?
Yes, it is. It's in the lower portion of the photograph toward the center at the edge of the door.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A271? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
In Exhibit 271, again, it's what appears to be 6.1. It's the interior portion of the door that corresponds with 6.0. It's appears to be a bullet hole, and you can see the tear out of the metal, the shearing of the metal.
Okay. And when you talk about tear out, that peeling or that shearing, what does that indicate to you?
It indicates directionality, first of all, that whatever object caused that would have appeared to be coming from the outside in, because this is on the inside.
Did any of those holes that you saw right there have a projectile still in it?
I don't think any of those did. I don't recall any of them containing a projectile.
In addition, and again, we're just kind of sticking with that door. In addition to looking at the ballistic damage to the door, did you also do some blind swabs of that door?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury what's a blind swab?
A blind swab would be swabbing an area that, for instance, a door handle. We don't see DNA there on that door handle. If you see blood, now that's different, but something such as touch DNA, where you simply touch something and you pull your hand away, a blind swab would be taken of that area, hoping to collect unseen DNA.
Let's talk about that for a second. Based on your knowledge, your training, your experience, again, if I wore gloves and pushed on that door, opened that door, touched that door, would I transfer my DNA through my hands or anything else?
Most likely not.
Okay. And are there things like gloves and clothing that will interrupt the transfer of DNA from a person into a scene?
Yes, there is.
As a matter of fact, is that why you wear the Tyvek suits?
Yes.
Okay. can you give me State's Exhibit A272? State's Exhibit A272, can you tell the jury again, you already talked about the ballistic rods. Let's focus on the photo placard 16. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in photo placard 16 there? Oh, let me, go ahead and look at that on the screen.
Yes, in photo placard 16, ultimately, I believe, would be some blind swabs in an attempt to collect DNA that might have been deposited on the exterior of the door.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 501. Can you take a look at State's Exhibit 501 for me?
Yes. This is a package. This is my original package, it appears. It has my initials on the back over the seal. It looks as though it's the original label. Its description is item number 16, a blind swab from the exterior of the front storm door.
And again, did you collect that swab in accordance with your training, in accordance with the protocols and standard operating procedures for BCI?
Yes.
And is that the type of thing that eventually would be sent to the lab for further testing?
Yes, it could be.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I believe there's another stipulation that the parties will engage in.
All right, you want to state what it is?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense counsel acknowledge.
The parties agree and stipulate that the blind swab from the exterior front storm door of 4077 Union Hill Road, that's identified as State's Exhibit 501, also identified as photo ID number 16 and BCI item number 16, was submitted to the lab and tested for DNA. The result of that test showed a mixture of DNA with Gary Rhoden being the major contributor. Chris Rhoden's DNA was not found in the swab, and neither the defendant nor any of his family members' DNA was found in the mixture contained in the swab.
All right, Mr. Parker, is that a correct statement of the stipulation?
Yes, sir.
All right. The jury shall find that stipulation has been established as fully as if it had been established by evidence.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 502. Did you also take a blind swab from the interior of that door?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit 502?
Exhibit 502 is evidence number 7. It's my evidence item number 17, I'm sorry. And obviously this is my packaging, it's my original label, it's my initials, and this would be blind swabs that were collected from the interior portion of the front storm door.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit A274? Okay. State's Exhibit A274 that's up on the screen for everybody. Again, can you tell us what's depicted with respect to evidence placard 17?
When I process scenes, even though this was a blind swab, I always felt more comfortable if I gave it an actual visible number. So this is a item number 17, but the blind swab would have been taken from that general area.
And State's Exhibit 502 that you identified, again, did you collect it from that area, and was it collected and maintained and stored in accordance with your training, your experience, and BCI's protocols?
Yes.
I want to talk now about, we've covered the front porch area and that front door area. At some point, did you turn your attention in your examination into that living room area?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you a series of photos, State's Exhibits A167, A169, A178, A179, A168, and A180. These are pictures that we asked not to be published. Okay. As part of your work in this case, did you and your team document the inside of that living room area the way you found it on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes, we did.
And walk us through how you go through documenting the interior of a scene and why that's important. Do you move anything or change anything before you document?
Absolutely not. This scene was a little different than some scenes. A lot of scenes that you enter, you have an area that you can establish as a place to work. What we would do in a particular situation like that, and what we've done in the past, is, let's say, the living room area, we would do a complete search, documentation, photography, and basically clear an area to enable us to work. This particular scene, we were not able to do that because there was so much evidence right as you walked in the door, and so we actually never brought staged equipment inside. We staged everything on the front porch, and because there was so much evidence in this general area that we did not want to destroy.
And part of that staged equipment, or is part of that staged equipment, your Tyvek suits or extra gloves that you have to change into, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, Tyvek suits, gloves, bags, tools, chemicals, all of those things would have been staged outside.
And you talked about the Faro scan by another agent. By the time you were ready to go into this scene and start your processing of the scene, had that Faro scan been done?
Yes, earlier I testified that I had came to the front door and looked inside the front door, and at that point, based on what I was seeing there was no area for me to work. It wasn't good practice to go in. From there, I determined to back out. I contacted the other agent who was in the vicinity working another scene and told him that we would not be proceeding with this scene until it was scanned on the interior and the exterior and the interior.
And did that other agent come over and scan the scene for you?
Yes.
And when he scanned that scene, did he have a Tyvek suit on, or did he
Yes.
did he suit up the way that you would have suited up to protect the scene?
I believe he did, yes. I believe we discussed that.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, the State's Exhibit A167. And if you could, tell the jury what they're looking at there in State's Exhibit A167. And with respect to photographing this scene, again, is there a certain way you pan, a certain way you move the camera so that you can collect the evidence before you actually go in?
In Exhibit 167, this is a photograph, and I'm standing on the front porch here. I'm not inside the residence at this point. If you look in the lower left-hand corner of the photograph, you can actually see the door jamb. And so I'm still on the front porch, and I want to just photograph anything that's in the view of my camera from that position, just straight in.
Let me show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A169.
A169 is that same general vicinity, but it's at a different angle. It's going in toward the kitchen area now. You can once again see the chair in the last photograph, and it overlaps into this photo.
State's Exhibit A178.
A178 is...
Hold on 1 second. There you go. Let us get it up on the screen. Go ahead.
A178, again, is a photograph kind of panning out a little bit, looking into the kitchen area.
A179.
A179, we're now turning back toward what would ultimately be the bedroom area, still focusing the camera toward the kitchen area.
And A180.
A180 A180 is a photograph from that general vicinity. I think I said earlier there was some plywood there in the corner, and you will see a treadmill in this photograph. And earlier when I began my testimony, I spoke of arriving at the scene and being advised that Officer Music and Officer Ball were the only two deputies that went inside. And I told you that they took a specific route. They actually, when they came in, they stayed close to this wall, and they actually went through the treadmill, through the hole in the treadmill, and worked their way down. And when they returned, they came back through that same hole in order to preserve the scene.
After documenting that general area of the living room and kitchen, did you continue to look for other ballistic evidence in the living room area?
Yes.
And did you find other ballistic evidence in the living room area?
Yes, we found multiple projectiles and fragments.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes. It states Exhibit A302. Do you have that in your stack?
No.
Take this and trade you. States Exhibit A302 that's up on the screen. Again, I hand you a stack of pictures. Do you recognize those pictures from your work that day?
Yes, I've reviewed these photographs.
Okay. And State Exhibit A302, can you tell the jury what they're looking at in that exhibit?
A302 is a photograph from the interior of the residence. It would be on the wall that would face outside. It's in the general area that we looked at all the ballistic events earlier that were in the wall, BE 2.0 through 6.0. And in this photograph, right in the area of the scale, you can see a part of a jacket or projectile there.
And that picture there, that item 26, is that depicted on A46 as 26 on A46?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Right near the front door.
And again, is that the area that you found that projectile on April 22nd of 2016?
Yes, sir, it is.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A303? Can you tell us what we're looking at there in State's Exhibit A303?
Yes, in Exhibit 303, that's item number 26 that we saw in the last photograph, but at that point it's been removed, and a little closer photograph. Also, we've put it on a envelope to give you a better background to be able to recognize what it is.
Okay. And again, did you collect that projectile that you found in that wall?
Yes.
Did you collect it according to your training and your procedures?
Yes.
Yeah. My handy what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A511. Can you take a look at State's Exhibit A511?
Yes, A511 is represented here and marked as item number 26. That would be my original label. This is my packaging, my initials on the back. And it is noted that it is a jacket fragment from basically the wall in the living room area.
And I'm going to have you open it if you can. If it's in a plastic baggie, I'm not going to have you take it out, so you don't have to glove up.
in a plastic baggie.
Okay. And do you recognize the item that's in the plastic baggie?
Yes, it appears to be item number 26.
Okay. Is that the item you collected from the wall inside of 4077 Union Hill Road on April 22nd, 2016?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can I publish it?
No objection.
Yes.
Agent Hanshaw, the plastic baggie again, do you recognize that as, well, did you put it in the plastic baggie?
I did not.
Okay, and the markings on the plastic baggie, again, are those your markings?
On this, no, they're not.
Okay, and this is consistent with something that would have been done by the lab or your firearms folks?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A181.
Yes.
Now, in addition to that projectile that you just identified from inside the wall there, were there other projectiles in different areas of that living room?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what they're seeing in State's Exhibit A181?
Yes, in this photograph, this would be looking once again directly in, standing basically in front of the front entrance door. And if you look directly in front, there's a small pair of pliers, there's a floor register vent, and directly to the left of that, there's a small projectile. And that will end up being, may I stand, Your Honor?
Sorry.
May I stand?
Yes.
Would end up being in this area here.
Okay. While you're up, the pliers or the vice grips, where are those?
There.
And was there also a knife there?
Yes, in that area.
Okay, again, is that knife yours or BCI's, or was that there when you found it?
It was there, just there when we arrived.
Thanks, you can take a seat. Can I get State's Exhibit A299? Again, with respect to that item that you just identified, did you mark it with a BCI item number and a placard and document it?
Yes, that would be item number 25. It's documented with a placard. And you can see first we photographed it without any alterations. Then we moved in and put a placard beside it and a scale for better identification. And then later we would take additional photos.
Okay, and can you just move us on to 300? State's Exhibit A300. Again, continuing to document the location depiction of that item in the scene.
Yes.
All right.
A300, again, is the same photograph. It's just got a little more detail.
And State's Exhibit A301.
301, once again, we're moving in. Based on the last photographs, we're now able to orient where that is, as opposed to just having one up-close photo for you to see. Now, you can put that in its location within the scene.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A510. State's Exhibit A510 that you have in your hand. Can you tell the jury, do you recognize the writings on that envelope?
Yes, this is my initials. Again, it's my packaging. It has my original label. It is item number 25, and it has a basic description of a jacketed fragment from the floor next to the chair, or the vent, actually, in the living room area.
Can you show us on the overhead ballistic diagram, which is State's Exhibit A546, is that bullet fragment documented on that overhead diagram?
Yes, it's documented as number 25, the green dot in front of the chair in that area.
Could you open that package for us?
Yes. Again, the item is in a plastic bag, appears to be in the lab.
Okay, and again, the item that's in that plastic bag, do you recognize that as the projectile that you recovered? Your item number 25, State's Exhibit 510.
Yes, it appears to be the same item.
Your Honor, can I publish it?
Yes.
No objection.
Objection to that, yes.
Have you put that back inside? State's Exhibit 510, was that collected according to your training, your experience, and BCI's protocols?
Yes, sir.
And again, was it kept and maintained the way evidence should be kept and maintained there at BCI?
Yes.
In addition to that jacket right there in front of the recliner, did you find another projectile or ballistic piece of evidence in a speaker in that same area?
Yes, we did.
And if you could, use the diagram to show us where that speaker box is.
On the diagram, it would be over around area number 40. In this area, we actually examined that entire area there and found multiple items there.
Okay. And Mr. Junk, could you give me State's Exhibit A167? We've already used that, so you're probably not going to have it. Okay, State's Exhibit A167. It's probably on your diagram, or excuse me, on your monitor.
Yes.
Can you tell us where in that picture is that speaker box?
In the photograph you're seeing there, it's directly below the deer head and next to the chair.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A402? All right, we have State's Exhibit A402, which is up on the screen. Can you tell us, or tell the jury what they're seeing in State's Exhibit A402?
Yes, earlier we saw a wide-angle shot of that, and I described its location. Now we're moving closer to that area. You see the deer head, and in the background, you see the primary target we're looking at, which is the black speaker, and what appears to be possibly bullet holes at that point.
And again, in accordance with the way you document a scene, would you have marked that with an item number, a photo placard, and taken pictures of it?
Yes.
Okay. Can you give me State's Exhibit 403? State's Exhibit 403, can you tell the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit 403?
Yes, 403 is an up-close photograph of the top edge of that speaker, and it looks like a ballistic event there had happened or had occurred, and there's a partial projectile there. It would be my item number 40.
Okay. And again, for the record, I keep saying 403, it's A. Any of these exhibits that are numbers will have A's in front of them. State's Exhibit A404.
That's another photograph, trying to get a little closer view.
Did you actually remove that projectile from that speaker as part of your work in this case?
I think this one we did remove. It was in an area that it could be removed without altering the condition, so I think we did remove it.
Can I get you to show me State's Exhibit A409? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit A409?
Yes, this is my item number 40. It would have been what you saw still embedded in the speaker in the last photograph, but it's been removed. And this would be a close-up photograph of that item.
I'm gonna hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. That states Exhibit A525. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to states Exhibit A525?
Yes, once again, it's in my packaging. It has my original label. I have it labeled as item number 40. It's a partial jacket from the speaker in the living room with my initials.
Could you do me a favor? Could you open that?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, it's the item number 40, the partial jacket removed from the speaker. Yes.
Can I publish it, Your Honor?
No objection.
Yes.
Again, was this item collected, maintained, and stored in accordance with your training, your experience, and BCI's standard operating procedures?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A405? In addition to the projectile that you dug out of a speaker, did you also find another projectile or another speaker that possibly contained a bullet in it?
Yes, this Exhibit A405, if you look at it, you will see a small speaker sitting on top of the large speaker. Item number 40 would be out of focus, but we know its general location. Our point of focus on this is the small speaker sitting on top, and we saw what appeared to be a ballistic event there. Looked like a bullet had either been lodged or passed through that item.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A410? Again, State's Exhibit A410. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in A410?
A410 is the speaker listed as item number 41, and we thought at that time it could contain a bullet as well.
You don't have to point it out from there, but is on the ballistic evidence diagram, is photo exhibit 41 listed in that same general area as 40 was?
Yes, it is.
Did you do any work with respect to the speaker that's depicted there in that picture?
I chose to just collect the speaker. I wasn't sure exactly where the projectile was inside the speaker. However, it didn't look like it had exited that, so we collected the entire speaker. In order to, in a lab setting, they're able to extract something, a projectile, better than I am. They're better equipped, and it's a better environment. So we took the whole item.
Mr. John, can you give me State's Exhibit A411, which is the next picture? And again, with respect to the strike on that speaker, we put up State's Exhibit A411 on the screen. Can you tell the jury what's depicted in that item, or that picture?
Yes, it simply looks like a bullet strike in the edge of the speaker.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A526. Could you take a look at State's Exhibit A526 for me?
Yes,
Do
this is.
Do you recognize the markings on that package?
Yes, it's my item number 41. Again, it's my packaging, my original label. Appears to be my initials are on the packaging from the original collection date. And I have it labeled as a speaker containing a possible bullet fragment from the top of the speaker in the living room area.
Could you open that package for me?
Yes. Would you like it removed?
Yes. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
Yes, this is actually what we labeled as item 41, and I read to you earlier on my packaging. We felt that it contained a suspected projectile or bullet.
Can you show the jury on that exhibit, which is again State's Exhibit A526, can you show the jury where that strike is on that?
I believe it was in this area. There's a hole there.
You can put it back.
There's something else in the
Okay.
package.
Okay. And again, with respect to that item right there, did you dig a projectile out of that yourself, or is that something that was done at the lab?
I did not. I believe the lab would have removed that.
And the other item you removed out of that package, again, is that in the same type of baggie that the other projectiles have been kept in?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. In addition to that speaker, along that same wall over by that recliner, did you find other projectiles?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Can I get State's Exhibit A394? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there in State's Exhibit A394?
Yes, in A394, if you look at the base of the wall, where the wall meets the floor, there are 3 small pieces of, I believe that to be cat food there. Directly behind that at the base, you'll see a little silver object, and that appeared to be a bullet.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A395? And again, would you have done your same procedure? Would you have zoomed in closer and closer on that projectile?
Yes, yes.
State's Exhibit A395, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, same location, same target that we're looking at to photograph, just a better close-up shot of what would be item number 38.
And eventually, would you have marked that projectile, documented it, and collected it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can I get State's Exhibit A397? Can you tell us what's depicted in State's Exhibit A397?
A397 would be a photograph. We have first, once again, we photographed it without a scale, without distorting anything. Now we've put a scale to it and assigned it the number 38 to be collected.
And State's Exhibit A398?
In Exhibit A398 is a photograph. We've now moved it to an envelope, again, to get a better backdrop. Shows a little more detail in the photograph.
My handy what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A523. State's Exhibit A523, do you recognize the markings on that envelope?
Yes, it's my evidence number 38 with my original label and my initials. And it is the evidence item I assigned to it, number 38.
Can you open that envelope for us? And can you tell us what that is?
It's the projectile, or the, we would call it a partial bullet, but it's a projectile that is listed as item number 38 we viewed in the photographs.
Your Honor, can I publish it?
No objection.
Yeah.
Again, this item, was it collected, stored, and maintained in accordance with your training with BCI procedures and protocols?
Yes, sir, it was.
And that item right there that we just talked about, 38, again, on 6 Exhibit A546, is that depicted over that same general area?
Yes, it is.
In addition to collecting projectiles in that living room area, did you also search that room for other ballistic incidents or ballistic events?
Yes, we did.
And as you searched that room for other ballistic incidents or events, did you try to track the path or trajectory of those events through the trailer?
Yes, we tried.
Your Honor, I'm getting ready to switch over into another topic with this. It may be a good break point.
All right. Defense ready for a recess also. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a lunch recess. It's 12:30, so we'll be in recess until 1:30. Again, you're on your own for lunch. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case. Do not do any research at all concerning the case, either as to the facts or as to the law. Do not view, listen to, or read any reports or accounts of this case. Do not have any contact with any of the participants in the trial, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel have anything further before we recess?
No, thank you.
And we are in recess until 1:30. jurors present right now in the case of State of Ohio versus George Wagner IV. The state was conducting direct examination of Special Agent Henshaw. Was there anything else to be put on the record before we?
Could we approach?
Can we just approach, we just want to talk?
Yes. Okay, so the state was conducting direct examination of Agent Henshaw, and Agent Henshaw, if you want to occupy the witness chair again, I understand what problem it puts you in if you're already in the chair when the jury comes in. So you want to, if you want to stand beside the chair, that's fine until the jury comes in, and you see, sort of hides you back there. Bring the jury in. Counsel is ready, correct?
Yes.
Defense is also ready for the jury at this time.
Yes, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the state is conducting direct examination of Agent Hansford. We're still on the state side of the case for that. There are a couple of options open, and the court has chosen one. If we took our afternoon break, a 15-minute break, and we're getting started a little bit later. It's 1:50 by my watch. if we go straight through, we'll probably be able to get you all, allow you all to go home around 4 o'clock today. The only other option would be if we take our 15-minute break, we may then go, you know, by the time we get organized and everything, it may be more toward 5. I've decided that we should go straight through and possibly then be able to send you home at 4. But if that causes any distress for anybody, you need to bring it to my attention. But that's my thought was probably we would just go straight through without a break this afternoon, since we're starting a little bit late, and go to 4. So is the state ready to proceed with direct examination of Officer Hansford?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Is the defense ready also?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Officer Hanshaw, I'm putting up again before the jury State's Exhibit A546. Can you see that from where you're at?
Yes, I can.
When we left off, you had just finished testifying about different projectiles and bullet fragments that you recovered from the living room of 4077 Union Hill Road, correct?
Yes, sir.
In addition to collecting those projectiles, did you also do some work where you tried to track the trajectory of different ballistic events through the living room area or through that location?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. Talk us through how you did that. Generally, how did you go about trying to match up holes and try to figure out what hole matched with what?
If we go back just a little bit, and you remember earlier, whenever we took photographs and we looked at those photographs and discussed BE1 or 2.0 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, they were in the front wall of the residence around number 26 and number 14. When those entered, we saw photographs where there were trajectory rods going through those, and the goal is to determine where those ultimately would have landed, or if there were multiple areas on the inside that would match with the outside.
Okay. And as a bullet travels through a circle, let's say that front wall there, obviously you testified that some bullets punched through that front wall. Even as they carry through the wall, would the impact with that front wall, would you at least expect that to change the course or the trajectory of the bullet a little bit?
There should be some type of a deviation in the bullet, meaning that if it strikes a hard substrate, even if it goes through it, its path will be altered.
Okay. And again, would you expect that type of alteration with anything inside that residence that it hit? A body. If a bullet hit that body, could it come out at a different angle of a body than it went in?
It could, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to hand you some pictures. Mr. Junk, I'm going to ask you to put up State's Exhibit A309. State's Exhibit A309 that we have up on the screen, again, is that in the stack of pictures that I handed you?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit A309?
Earlier, when I testified, once again, if you recall, there was a speaker and a smaller speaker sitting on top of it, and then there was a deer head mounted on the wall. You can partially see the portion of the deer head, and so that will orient you as to where this photograph is on the wall in the residence. And there's a marker there. Obviously, you can see a strike mark, and then there's a marker that would say BE 7.0.
Can you do me a favor? Can you take your pointer and orient the jury to where that would be?
Should be in this general area here.
And with respect to ballistic event 7.0, Did you try to track that event or look at that closely to see if you could figure out where that projectile went?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Can you give me State's Exhibit A310, please? Okay, can you tell us what State's Exhibit A310 is?
A310 is a close-up photograph. We saw the last photograph, obviously it had the portion of the deer head. It was from a distance. This is a close-up view of the same bullet hole.
And can you tell the jury, again, as you're looking at that, is that consistent with a projectile strike, or what caused you to believe that that is related to a projectile strike?
The overall shape of it, the fact that it appears to be new damage, just the characteristics of what you're seeing there, and you see what appears to be somewhat of a little shoulder in the drywall portion of the wall there.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A323?
323, Mr. Wilson?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, not 323. Yeah, 323. Yes. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there with State's Exhibit A323?
Yes, in A323, this would be on the other side of the wall. We saw BE 7.0. We took that photograph. We took a close-up photograph. We described it. And now we've went into the room on the other side of the wall to see where it would have exited or if it did exit. And at that point, we found what you see in this photograph. It appears to be an exit. You can see how the drywall and the paper is protruding out. And at that point, we felt confident that we could label that BE 7.1.
Can you do me a favor? Can you point to the room that you're talking about and the wall that you're talking about?
Yeah, it would be in this area, yes.
Okay. Now, is that that's a separate bedroom, or is that a separate bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me back you up. Prior to doing your actual evidence collection and crime scene analysis, did you go through this entire residence and document everything before you moved anything, or before you started doing your collection?
Yes, that would have been done through photography. When we go through for the in the beginning, we don't necessarily move objects. We don't search for evidence at that time. Our goal at that point is the same as with the outside. We document things so that it is preserved, so that when we do move items, at least we can have photographic evidence of where things were prior to us altering the scene.
Okay. And so prior to actually going in and tracking this projectile track through that bedroom wall, would you have already documented it?
Most likely through photography, yes.
Okay. Let's go to State's Exhibit A324.
A324 is a photograph. It's just a close-up photograph of the last photograph we saw. Again, we have a marker there, and we've labeled it BE 7.1.
Is that in the wall or in the ceiling, or where is that in that room?
I believe that's in the wall area.
Okay. Can you give me State's Exhibit A325?
A325, once again, to the left, you see a bullet hole that was labeled in the last photograph as BE 7.1. So now this bullet, we believe, has penetrated the wall in the living room, which is BE 7.0. It exited in this bedroom, causing a hole, which we would label as BE 7.1, and it appears that it re-entered another wall, and upon re-entry, then we give it BE 7.2.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A326? Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there?
Once again, this would be a photograph of another exit point. So what we're trying to show here is the fact that it enters, it exited, it re-entered, and in this photograph, it has now exited again. So it's now come from the living room area through a wall of a bedroom, a small partition, and now it's exiting and re-entering into another room.
Can you show us on the diagram where that track is going?
I believe it's over into this area now.
Okay. Can you give me State's Exhibit A311? Let me direct your attention to State's Exhibit A311. It's probably the next picture in your stack there, would be my guess.
No.
Okay. State's Exhibit A311 that you have there on the screen, did you find it in your stack?
Yes, I did.
Okay, State's Exhibit A311 that you have on your screen there. Again, can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that would be another ballistic event. If you recall, there was a speaker, the small speaker. I believe we looked at it earlier, examined the packaging. There was a projectile that had been located and recovered by the lab. In documenting that, in that general area, just below that small speaker is the large speaker. That large speaker has a suspected bullet hole, and we were able to, we actually labeled that as well.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A312?
Exhibit 312, A312, is a close-up photograph of that speaker, and you can see that we have listed that as BE 8.0.
Can you give me the next exhibit, which is A313? Okay, State's Exhibit A313. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there and what area of that residence this exhibit is?
Exhibit A313 is in the living room area. It's on the far wall. Earlier, if you recall, when I first stepped in the door, one of the photographs I took was a photograph looking directly through the house, straight through to the back wall. This would be that general location, and we would find multiple bullet strikes there.
Can you show us on the diagram where exactly we're talking about?
Should be back in this general area here.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A313? And again, with respect to these projectile strikes or ballistic incidents on 313, give me 14, I'm sorry. Did you examine each of those individually and try to track those as well?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay, can you tell us what we're looking at in A314?
And A314 is it's somewhat the same photograph we looked at last. It's just a close-up photograph. Now you can actually see the characteristics of the bullet hole, status it is a bullet hole, and we have documented that as BE or ballistic event 9.0.
Can you give me A315? And again, can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit A315 is, please?
A315, again, is in the corner of the room, that far wall. It's just beside BE 9.0, and we labeled this. It had characteristics of being a bullet hole. We labeled it as BE 1.0.
Now, you pointed out to the jury that those were on the back side of that wall in that residence. Were you able to actually track those out the back side of the trailer?
We attempted to do that, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, the State's Exhibit A348. Can you tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit A348?
And A348, this is a photograph of the back of the mobile home. You can see toward the center of the photograph, and it would be in this general area. You see two trajectory rods coming out from the interior of the mobile home. And then to the left, down closer to the window, you will see a third trajectory rod.
Can you do me a favor real quick? Just right above you on the screen, we've got it portrayed. Can you point it out for us? No, I got you in a maze right there.
You would have a few here and one here.
And did you track and label those holes with respect to where they'd come from inside the trailer?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And again, were you able to track whether or not those are, I guess I'll call them exit holes, but are those, what we're looking at right there, are those exit or entrance holes?
These appear to be exit holes. They have characteristics you can see in the photographs of being exit.
Can you give me 339, State Exhibit A339? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there with respect to State Exhibit A339?
Yes, in Exhibit A339, if you recall, just momentarily, or a few minutes ago, we looked at BE 10.0 and 9.0 on the interior of the mobile home. Applying trajectory rods, you were able to track those, and they do appear to be the ones we saw in the last photograph up high. And we did mark those as BE 9.1 and BE 10.1.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A340? State's Exhibit A340, can you tell the jury what you're looking at?
In A340, this may look similar to the last photograph. It's just a little closer, and you begin to see some characteristics there, as with in the last photograph, but they're a little more clear in A340. That characteristics that would indicate that the projectile that caused this hole would be traveling from inside to outside.
What are those characteristics?
You can see the metal right next to the trajectory rod on BE 9.1. You can see how the metal is rolled over. You can also see some areas of the metal that appear that they're protruding out.
Can I get State's Exhibit A341?
A341 would be a close-up of BE 10.1. And again, you can see what appears to be characteristics of the metal protruding from that hole.
In addition to these two projectile strikes, again, did you find other projectile strikes that you were able to track the basic trajectory of?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A318? State's Exhibit A318. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there?
This particular photograph will show a bullet hole, or what we assumed or thought was a bullet hole from inside the residence. You can see the speakers, the background. We've seen that in several photographs prior to this. And so we were able to determine that it was a bullet hole, and we labeled that BE 11.0, I believe.
State's Exhibit 320, please. A320.
Yes.
State's Exhibit A320, again, could you tell the jury what they're looking at?
Yes, A320 is a close-up of the last photograph, and you can see a little more detail in the deformity of the bullet hole, as well as a marker there indicating that we marked it as BE 11.
Did you continue to examine that projectile strike or that ballistic incident and try to track its path as well?
Yes, we did.
All right, can you give me 321 real quick? A321. A321, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
Another photograph, the same as last, just a little closer.
And then State's Exhibit A327. Well, wait, let me back up. Show the jury where on the diagram that ballistic incident is.
Once again, I believe it's in this general area here. You have the speakers in this area.
Now, State's Exhibit A327.
A327, I'm sorry. I believe that would be an exit point where it would be exiting into another room.
A329.
In A329, it's a close-up of the last photograph. Now you can see some characteristics that would indicate the direction of travel of the projectile that made this hole. It also fairly lined up with BE 11.0, so we did scale that and label that as BE 11.1.
And can you tell us on the diagram there, or the overhead diagram, where in 4077 that ballistic event was.
On this diagram?
Yes, please.
Again, it's in this general area, in that bedroom.
Separate bedroom?
Yes.
Can you show us State's Exhibit 330? Can you tell us what is in State's Exhibit 330, please?
That's what appeared to be another bullet hole. I think there may have been one that the origins were a little tough, and we gave it just its own number.
Okay. Can you give me 332? State's Exhibit 3A332, can you tell us what that is?
A332, it's in just a close-up photograph of the last bullet hole we saw, and we did label it as BE 12.0.
Can you tell us where that is?
Again, it's in this general area.
Were you able to track the projectile responsible for that ballistic event 12? Were you able to track that out the backside of the trailer as well?
Yes, sir, I think we did.
Okay. And can you give me again State's Exhibit A348? Okay, you've already testified to this, and you identified the top two rods, talked about those. Were you able to look at that lower rod and track that back into the residence there?
Yes, we were. The two upper rods, again, those were, on the interior, they were 9.0 and 10.0. On the exterior, they were 9.1 and 10.1. And the lower one that is closer to the window we talked about earlier, you can see it in your photograph there. I believe that we ended up calling that BE 12.1, I believe.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A347? Again, what's depicted in A347?
You can see 12.1 that we just discussed, and in the upper portion of that photograph, you can see 9.1 and 10.1.
Based on your examination of that ballistic event 12 and 12.1, again, were you able to determine the direction that you believe that bullet was traveling?
Every direction, or every bullet we tracked had characteristics and appeared to come from the front of the residence, toward the residence, and then away from the residence.
And again, were these consistent with pass-through type shots?
Yes, sir.
And when pass-through, that just means a bullet that travels all the way through from front to rear, is that correct?
Yes.
As you were doing your examination of this area, did you also find a projectile strike in the floor by that rocker recliner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us about that.
This came a little later in the process. We're still in the process of locating evidence, documenting evidence, and I said earlier, we try when we find physical evidence. It was my protocol to correctly package that, document that, and label and mark that. But there were some instances where there were items that we did not move at that point. In a crime scene, you have a sequence that you want to go by. You don't want to destroy 5 things just to get to one thing. So you have to have discipline. If there's an item across the room, you don't necessarily want to charge over and get that. When we got to the area of the chair, it was quite some time later before I felt that we were at a point in our processing and our investigation that I was able to move that chair. When we did move the chair, that's when it was we noticed that there was a bullet hole or a suspected bullet hole in the floor right next to the chair.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A467? Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there with respect to State's Exhibit A467?
Yes, A467 It's a, again, it's a photograph taken from a distance in order to allow us to be able to orient today for you where this piece of evidence is located. We know there's a speaker there. Knowing that speaker and knowing we've discussed that, we now know where it's at within the residence. You have the chair. And so this is just an overall showing those things.
State's Exhibit A468.
Starting to move in closer on A468. You can now, it's a little more discernible. You can see some blood deposits on the floor around that particular, what we thought was a bullet hole, and we've also marked it as, I think it was BE 13.0.
And again, as you did your examination, that appeared to your observation to be blood around that hole. Is that correct?
Yes.
State's Exhibit A469.
A469, once again, it's, there are some stains, some blood stains, deposits, have some characteristics of being altered, and a bullet hole in the center, and again, it's marked BE 13.0.
And A470.
It's another photograph. It's a little closer, and we actually adjusted the light of the photograph a little differently.
If you could, show us on the diagram where you found that projectile strike.
Right here, about where 41, which be labeled there, would be in the floor in that general area.
Based on your observation of that projectile strike and the blood around it and the blood in the room, were you able to form an opinion as to whether or not that chair was there at the time at that location, the location you found it, at the time that hole was put in the floor?
I don't think that the chair was in that exact location, but it would have been close to that vicinity.
Okay. What's that based on?
It's based on the fact that in other photographs, we've seen the front of the chair. The lower portion of the chair had a large saturation stain, a large blood stain. That aligned with the drag marks that we would see in the blood, and then put that together with BE 13.0, the bullet hole in the floor, with spatter stains around it, and that led me at the time to the conclusion that it was in that general area.
You talked about spatter stains. What is a spatter stain?
A spatter stain is basically a deposit of blood on a surface.
Okay.
That we, they don't use SWIC stain terminology now, but back when this occurred, we used SWIC stain, or the Scientific Working Group on Blood Stain Analysis. They had specific terminology. And so if you look at that terminology then in 2016, it would have been basically a deposit of blood on a surface.
Okay. And is splatter and spatter the same type of thing, or is that different?
To somebody that does a crime scene or blood stain analysis, it would simply be called spatter, a spatter stain.
Is that different than cast off?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that. What's cast off?
Cast off, you would have then, in 2016, you would basically have two types of cast off. You would have a cast off stain, and then you would have something called cessation cast off. Cast off stain would be if I took this and it had blood or water or some liquid, and I went like that, it would make a pattern. It might have characteristics showing directionality, and it might be a linear path. If I took this and had my hand here and stopped it, then that would be cessation cast off. It would be somewhat the same, but the characteristics might be a little different.
And again, back in 2016, how would you categorize the blood around Ballistic Event 13?
What we have here and what you can see, I would just call those basically blood stains, because there aren't any really distinctive characteristics other than the fact that it appears that some of these stains have been altered by an event.
Okay. And specifically, what do you point to, or what do you see?
I may have to stand.
You go ahead.
Your Honor, may I?
Sure.
You see blood here, for instance, that has a ring around it that will start to dry a little bit. It's a ring around the exterior portion of the blood. And you also see some lines going in that direction. So it appears at some point that blood was deposited in that area on the floor. We know that. We know there's a bullet hole there, and then we know that at some point, based on what you see here in these alterations, it appears that something was moved from that area, causing these little linear lines.
Okay, thank you. And again, those linear lines, are those consistent with something being drugged or dragged through that blood, or?
Yes, that's what it appears to be.
Now, at that time, when you were out at 4077, did you do any further work to determine the trajectory or to try to recover a projectile associated with ballistic event 13.0? Can you put that up again for a second? That's, it was 470.
At the, when BE 13.0 was discovered, one of the things based on the direction of travel, it appeared that it was going somewhat, I don't want to say straight down, but it was going from above down. What angle, I'm not sure of at this point, but we knew that it came from inside going down toward the floor and assumed that it may have exited under the mobile home. At the point of the investigation that we were in, it was very, very late at that point, and we thought that it would be best if that would be one of the last things that we tried to actually locate. If it's under the residence, it's probably going to be safe there. And to go under the residence and then have to come out and then go back into the scene, we felt like we could possibly destroy more evidence than what we could preserve. And so we thought we would wait, and that would be one of the last things that we tried to obtain.
Okay. And at a later date, was more work done to determine the trajectory with respect to that hole and recover a projectile from underneath that trailer?
Yes, it was.
In addition, and you can take me off that, I'm going to move on, Mr. Young. In addition to that bullet hole and the ballistic evidence that you've already talked about, did you also find some ballistic evidence in the kitchen?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And specifically, did you recover a shell casing from that kitchen area?
Yes, in the kitchen area. You see here it's listed as item number 33. That would have been a fired Hornady .40 caliber cartridge case. Being a cartridge case means that it no longer has a bullet in it. It has been fired. So it's not a cartridge anymore. Now it is a cartridge case.
All right, I'm going to hand you another stack of pictures. These are going to be a group of pictures we don't have published. I'm going to start with States Exhibit A214. Actually, Mr. John, can you give me A169? You don't have A169 in your stack there, but I want to start with A169. Okay, again, if you could, tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to States A169. Where is that picture oriented towards? And at some point, are you moving into that kitchen to look for evidence as well?
Yes, on A169, if you would walk in the front door and then you would turn to your left, that's what you would see. If I may stand. So the door would be down in this area. The original location of the chair is here, and then the kitchen area would be back in that area.
And can you give me States Exhibit A168, again, you don't have that in your stack either. Again, just walking the jury towards that kitchen. Can you tell us what we're looking at and where we're headed there?
Yes, earlier in my testimony, if you recall, there was a treadmill there, and I had indicated that when the first responding officers arrived, Officer Ball and Music, and they had entered the residence, that they stepped through that treadmill. This would be the same photograph. The treadmill is kind of on the threshold of entering into the kitchen area.
State's Exhibit A214. Again, can you tell the jury what we're looking at, and again, where in the diagram is that picture taken?
A214 would be standing in this general area. Again, this being the kitchen, chair is here, and you're beginning to see blood patterns or drag marks in blood across the floor.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A217? Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here and what part of the diagram we're at?
Yes, this is A217, 217, is actually in the kitchen area. Looking back, you see a table, there's a blue tote, and then 33. It's very hard to see, but there is a spent cartridge case there on the floor, which I spoke of earlier, which is the .40 caliber Hornady cartridge case.
With respect to this piece of evidence, did you take far pictures and zoom mark it with a BCI item number and document it?
Yes, sir, we did.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A417? Can you tell us what that is?
That it's the same photograph, or same area to be photographed, the same bullet, but we've now added a placard and assigned it an item number of item number 42.
And is this the same bedroom that you had earlier tracked multiple ballistic events through?
Yes, it is.
And through there and even out the backside of the trailer as well?
Yes, sir.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A418? With respect to that projectile that you found on that bed in that bedroom, did you ultimately collect that projectile?
Yes, sir, I did.
And we just put up State's Exhibit A418. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, this is the same bullet you saw in State's Exhibit 417. It's just been collected. And once again, we put it on a yellow envelope to photograph it to get a better contrast and a better view of what it actually is.
Handy what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A527. Can you take a look at State's Exhibit A527?
A527, again, is my envelope with my label, my initials on the back, and I've labeled this as item number 42, and it's the jacket, the copper jacket found on the bed in the small bedroom.
Can you open it for me?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what they're looking at?
Yes, this is actually item number 42. It's the same one that was found in that bedroom, the copper jacketed bullet.
Your Honor, may I publish it?
Yep.
Yes.
With respect to this exhibit, again, did you collect it, maintain it, and store it the way you've been trained to, according to your standard operating procedures?
Absolutely.
Now, with respect to this item, we've talked about projectiles and ballistic evidence recovered from the bedroom, from the living room, from the kitchen. Was that pretty much the extent of the ballistic evidence that you recovered during your work at this scene on April 22nd, 2016?
With the exception of the first on the front porch, yes.
Okay, so everything you've testified up to this point was the ballistic evidence that you collected, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, as part of your work, did you prepare, or did somebody on your team prepare the overhead ballistic diagram?
Yes.
And again, does that truly and accurately depict the areas in which that evidence was found?
The ballistic evidence, yes.
Okay. Now, obviously, the ballistic events, are they marked on that?
Yes, they are, basically.
Okay, where the holes in the wall are?
Yes, for instance, if you had number 15, that's item number 15, but again, it's 1.0.
Okay.
So some are and some aren't.
Gotcha. In all of your work there, looking at the ballistics, or the ballistic evidence in that trailer that day, was there any evidence that you saw with your eyes, based on your knowledge, your training, your experience, that led you to believe that any shots had originated from inside of that trailer going outside of that trailer?
Through all of the ballistic evidence found, the projectiles, the bullets, the bullet holes, and all those things, I found nothing at all that would indicate that any shots were fired from within the house going out of the house.
Based on your examination of that scene that night, and again, we're just talking about ballistics right now, with respect to the ballistic evidence that you collected and observed that night, did you have an opinion with respect to whether or not shots had originated outside and then shots had also occurred inside of that scene?
My opinion was that the shots did occur from outside. I felt that they were from the front yard area. I did find evidence, or what I believe to be evidence, that shot, at least one shot, was fired from the interior, but nothing indicated that anyone from the interior had fired actually out toward the front or the rear.
And even though you found at least 6 holes or 6 ballistic events at the front of that trailer and multiple projectiles and ballistic evidence from inside that trailer, or recovered it inside that trailer, is it your testimony that you only found 1 shell casing?
Yes, 1 cartridge casing inside the house.
And as part of your work in examining the ballistic evidence, is shell casings something that you would have been interested in trying to find related to this scene?
Absolutely, yes.
And did you look for shell casings that evening?
Extensively, yes.
Okay. All right, I want to transition now to blood evidence with you. And let me ask you this. With respect to shell casings, why are shell casings important evidence that can be recovered from a crime scene?
Well, there could be many reasons. Shell casing, first of all, if you have ballistic events that you have marked, let's take, for instance, in the front of the residence where we had BE 1.0, which was item number 15 that we recovered. Then we had 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. If we were to look at or try to find the cartridge casings, which we did, that could confirm to us possibly what type of firearm was used, what type of ammunition was used, which could in turn link us to trace that back to potential suspects.
Okay. And with respect to the 1 shell casing that you did recover, what caliber shell casing was that?
.40 caliber.
Okay. So obviously, as part of your investigation in this case, would you be interested in looking for a .40 caliber weapon?
Absolutely, yes.
And with respect to shell casings, if you were to recover a suspect weapon, would you be able to match shell casings found at a scene with a suspect weapon?
It's very, very possible, yes.
And again, in this case, ultimately where there's multiple scenes, would you be able to compare shell casings or match shell casings, compare shell casings from one scene to another scene to determine whether or not they'd been fired from the same weapon?
That is a great possibility as well, yes.
Now let's talk about blood or biological evidence at this scene. In addition to the ballistic evidence that you talked about, is something that you looked at and examined that evening DNA or biological evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And were you interested in looking at the blood, observing the blood, and trying to make determinations about what might have happened with respect to blood patterns in that scene?
Yes, to a certain extent, yes.
Okay. Tell us about that. What were you seeing with respect to the blood, and was there anything with respect to where that blood was located and anything that you could basically derive from the blood patterns?
Just from what we saw, and actually you have seen the same thing in the photos that we have looked at today, it's obvious that you can see what you could consider to be origins or a place that a person was in when the bloodletting event occurred. Obviously, if you're standing here and you cut yourself with a knife and you begin to bleed and I find you out by the door, I should be able to go back until where I stop finding blood, and at that point I could determine and reasonably say that that's where you were at when the bloodletting event occurred. If you look at the photographs that we looked at earlier, I was concerned with where the individuals, because I knew at that point I have 2 deceased individuals that have been murdered, and I want to try to find out where each individual was at the time the bloodletting events occurred.
I'm gonna hand you another stack of pictures. We're gonna start with State's Exhibit A212. It's not a published picture, sorry. Okay, can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit A212?
A212, earlier I'd spoke to you about a chair, and we looked at an actual bullet hole, which was BE 13.0. I had showed that there were some alterations or characteristics indicating alterations to those deposits of blood on the floor. This is the other side of that chair where you saw that bullet. This is what appears to be simply blood that is been saturated at one point, maybe in clothing, and then the individual that shed this blood was then dragged across this floor, and it indicates obviously that it's going toward the kitchen area.
And when we talked about the ballistic event, I think it was ballistic event 13, and you talked about those patterns. Again, do those patterns carry into what you determined to be this drag mark?
Very consistent with it. Yes, it falls in line with it, actually.
And can you give me, let's go back to State's Exhibit A181. All right, State's Exhibit 181. Did you take some swabs of the blood in front of that chair?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And again, walk us through, let me see real quick. Where in that picture did you take the swabs?
There is a seam. Maybe I could just show you easier. That was this general area right here. There was a large pooling of blood that had coagulated, and I took some standards from that area.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A276? Did you identify and put a photo placard by the area that you swabbed?
Yes, I did.
We have State's Exhibit A276 up on the screen. Can you take a look at State's Exhibit A276? Tell the jury what they're looking at there.
A276, once again, is, I just testified that I had collected at least 2 swabs of blood from that area, and earlier I testified that I would take evidence from these 2 individual, what appeared to be individual stains, the one that you would see in the front, the one you would see in the rear, to determine what individual would have been there that shed that blood. So I would list that as item number 18. You can see in the background actually a bullet that is still there that we discussed earlier as well. So nothing has been altered at this point.
Now, just give me one second. This next series of pictures for a while are going to be non-published. All right, I handed you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A503. I don't know if I asked you to identify that already or not, but could you just tell the jury what they're looking at with the State's Exhibit A503?
Yes, A503 is my item number 18. It is my original label I printed on the 22nd of April, 2016, and my initials are on the rear of that as well.
And can you tell the jury, how did you take that swab? Where did you submit it to? And was that eventually submitted to the lab for DNA testing?
I believe that eventually it was submitted for DNA testing to determine actually which victim's blood this was, and 2 swabs were actually collected, I believe, at that particular time. And again, it was our standard operating procedure, the care we take with collecting any standards or anything biological.
You're right, at this time, I believe the parties have a stipulation.
Do you want to state what it is, and we'll ask Mr. Parker here to acknowledge?
Yes, Your Honor. With respect to State's Exhibit A503, the swabs from the stain contained in that exhibit, in the living room of 4077 Union Hill Road, also depicted in photo ID number 18, tested positive for blood, and the DNA profile of the blood from this swab contains Chris Rhoden Sr.'s DNA.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct.
The jury will find that that stipulation is established as fact, as if it had been established by evidence in the courtroom.
In this same area of the living room, you identified that as being on the floor. Did you also find blood splatter on the wall, or what appeared to be blood splatter on the wall?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Talk about that. Tell us where you found that and what you did with it.
Item number 19 would ultimately be 2 swabs of blood, I believe we collected from the wall. You can see in the,
Let me go ahead. Let me give you State's Exhibit A277. Okay, State's Exhibit A277, you had just testified to item number 19.
Yes.
Tell the jury what they're seeing on the picture, or on the screen, and what you did with that.
item number 19 again would be just labeled as a blood stain, which is a deposit of blood on the surface, and swabs would be collected from that particular spot for to be analyzed.
Is there anything that sticks out to you with respect to any directionality of that blood or anything like that?
There are several. First of all, there's a lot of blood stains on this wall. Some of these stains do have directionality. It's a common practice, and in my training, that all of these stains, from what I see, are descending stains, which means they are traveling down when they struck this wall. And I do not do any kind of analysis with a descending stain because gravity has taken effect of that particular stain as it's flying through the air. From that point on, it is altered and it is simply a blood stain on the wall.
Did you take a swab of what you marked as stain 19?
Yes, I should have taken 2, I believe.
Before we move on from this picture, can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to what you have on right there?
Yeah, first of all, you'll see white Tyvek suit, latex gloves, and in the background you also see a trajectory rod with a sphere on it, which we spoke of earlier, that is used for the 3D scanning purposes.
Okay. And again, that Tyvek suit and those gloves, do they prevent your DNA from getting into that scene?
Yes.
Handy what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit 504. Can you take a look at that for me?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 504, can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's again, it's my packaging with my original label. I have initialed it, and it's listed as my item number 19 we saw in the photograph, and it's 2 swabs of blood or suspected blood from the south wall of the living room.
Do you know, were those swabs eventually sent to the lab for DNA testing?
Yes, I believe they were.
And did you collect and take those swabs and store those swabs according to your standard operating procedure?
Absolutely, yes.
Your Honor, I believe we have another stipulation.
All right, state the stipulation then.
Your Honor, State's Exhibit A504, which are swabs from the stain on the wall of the living room of 4077 Union Hill Road, identified in the photo ID as number 19, tested positive for blood. The DNA profile of the blood from this swab contains Chris Rhoden Sr.'s DNA.
Mr. Parker,
Yes,
is that the stipulation?
yes.
All right. The jury will find that that stipulation has been established as fact, as if it had been established here in the courtroom through evidence.
And I don't know if I asked you to do this already or not, but can you point to the diagram on where that stain was or on the wall?
It should have been in this area right here. Actually, there's 19 in that area.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A182? State's Exhibit A182, that's up on the screen there. Can you tell the jury what you were capturing there and what that pattern or what that blood is showing you at that point?
Once again, we see the chair. This is in A182. See the corner of the chair, so we know basically where we are at that point. And we see the blood stain in the form of a transfer stain, it would appear, or a drag mark going across the living room floor, and it's going toward the kitchen. Also, within this photograph, because I know where they are, there are partial footwear impressions that are in blood there.
And again, as part of your documentation of the scene, did you continue to follow that blood trail as it moved through that residence?
Yes, I did.
Can you give me State's Exhibit 183? The next picture. Okay. Walk us through what they're saying. Take us from the chair and where that blood drag mark's headed.
As I stated earlier, we have the chair. That's the basic location where this blood appeared to originate from, and it appeared as though the drag marks that the individual was being dragged across the living room floor toward the kitchen. And this photograph we see where they're getting ready to enter into the kitchen.
Okay. Now,
Yeah.
Your Honor, can he step down for a second?
Sorry.
Can he step down for a
Oh,
second?
sure, yeah.
Need a pointer too. See the pointer real quick. As the blood drag mark moves through the living room back towards the kitchen, does it appear in this area right here that it's broken or a disruption in it?
Slightly it does.
Okay. Tell us what you're seeing and what that area is showing you.
What I'm seeing here is the chair. I'm seeing blood transfer on the floor being dragged in that direction. I also see what I thought was a separate pattern on this side, and there's a swirl here, and it indicated to me that an individual most likely was murdered in that area, and this swirl would be caused by the individual being turned and then dragged in the same direction. Also, you see footwear impressions here and here. A lot going on in one photograph.
And at about the point in this area right here, is there a disruption in the drag or is there a change in the pattern at all?
Yes, there appears to be somewhat of a change in this area. I believe that's due to the individuals being brought that area, as well as this rug probably being moved.
Okay. Thank you. Can you give me State's Exhibit? Is that, what do I got up there, 183? 184, please. Again, State's Exhibit 184, you don't have a picture of it, it's on the monitor. Is that just a closer view of what we were just talking about?
Yes, 184 is a little closer.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A213? Walk the jury through what they're seeing in State's Exhibit A213.
That's basically the same thing. I've just moved toward the kitchen area a little more, and now I've turned. And now we're looking at what I spoke of earlier, appeared to be a second pattern to me, where an individual would have bled. You see a large, I'm going to have to stand again.
Yeah.
You see a large accumulation of blood in this area. At some point, sometimes we will call that a blood pool. and blood will be shed in that area. There will be a pool, and in this case, at some point, the individual was turned and dragged toward the kitchen.
Can you speak on, again, with respect to this area here, there seems to be a pattern, and then a disruption or a movement of a little different pattern up in this area right here. Can you talk about that at all?
In my opinion, from what I saw that day, it was where at some point this rug had been moved or maybe had rolled up under the individual as they were being dragged.
Okay. Would that also be consistent with that rug being used to wipe that area?
It could be.
I want to go now to State's Exhibit A. Let's go to A279. Okay. Depicted in State's Exhibit A279, is that the area of the blood that you talked about with respect to pooling and the swing around?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a swab or collect a swab of that area?
Yeah, there would have been 2 swabs of blood collected from that particular area.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A505. The swab that you collected, or the swabs that you collected in that area, did you identify those with a BCI item number?
Yes, they're evidence number 20. Once again, it's packaged in my package with my label and my initials. And I've listed it as 2 swabs of suspected blood from the center of the living room floor. It's listed as 2 swabs of suspected blood from the center of the living room floor. Yes.
Again, with respect to those swabs, did you collect those swabs, maintain those swabs, and store those swabs according to your standard operating procedures?
Yes, I did.
And do you know whether or not those swabs were eventually sent for DNA testing?
Yes, they were tested.
Now we have another stipulation at this time.
All right. Please state the stipulation.
Thank you. With respect to State's Exhibit 505, which are, that is 505, right? That I handed you?
Yes, it is.
Okay. State's Exhibit 505, which are swabs from the stain on the floor of the living room of 4077 Union Hill Road, identified as photo ID 20. Those swabs tested positive for blood, and the DNA profile of the blood from those swabs contains Gary Rhoden's DNA.
Mr. Parker?
That's correct.
The jury shall find that stipulation has been established as fact, as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
In addition to the blood on the floor in that area of the living room, did you also find blood splatter on the back wall of that area of the living room?
Yes, I did.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A177? Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit A177?
Yes, by now you're getting pretty familiar with the interior. This would be back out toward the door. You're seeing the back wall. Obviously, you can see the stain on the floor and the pattern that we just looked at.
And again, we point out that, was there a window or curtains or something in the back wall there?
Yes.
Where in the picture of those? Just in the center?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that area there.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A280? Again, can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit A280?
Yes, this is obviously it's blood. It's a blood stain, blood that's been deposited on the wall. And we actually collected 2 additional swabs from that area mark those swabs as item number 21 in an attempt, once again, to be able to determine who was where within the residence.
My handy what's been marked for identification purposes, that State's Exhibit A506. Do you recognize the markings on State's Exhibit A506?
Yes,
Can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit A506 is?
yes, it's my evidence item number 21. Again, it's in my packaging. It has my seal on it. It has my original label, and it is obviously item number 21, 2 swabs of suspected blood, and it was from the wall in the living room between the cabinet and the curtain.
Again, did you collect, maintain, and store that item according to your standard operating procedures?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I believe we have another stipulation.
All right, please state that stipulation.
With respect to State Exhibit A506, those are swabs from the stain on the back wall of the living room area of 4077 Union Hill Road, identified as photo ID 21. Those swabs tested positive for blood, and the DNA profile associated with the blood from those swabs contains Gary Rhoden's DNA.
Mr. Parker,
Yes.
is that correct?
Yes.
Again, the jury is instructed to find that that stipulation has been established as fact, as if it had been established by evidence here in the courtroom.
In addition to the blood on the wall in that area, did you also find blood on the ceiling?
Yes, there were multiple spatter stains on the ceiling in that general area.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A215? Can you tell the jury what's depicted in A215?
Yes, in A215, if you, first of all, look away from the ceiling, you can look at the curtain and you can see the cabinet next to it. If you remember, item number 21 was located between the two of them. So if you look from that area between the curtain and the cabinet and begin to look straight up and follow the, basically the brown small pieces of paneling on the ceiling, you will begin to see spatter stains on the ceiling.
State's Exhibit A282.
A282,
Hold on one second. Let me get that. Let him get the picture of it. Thanks. Okay. A282.
A282, once again, we're holding up a numbered placard, and ultimately we would collect 2 swabs of blood from that area as well.
And A281, please. What's 281 depict?
A281, once again, same photograph, but it's just panned in a little closer. It's a close-up of the spatters, stains on the ceiling.
And with respect to that evidence depicted in State's Exhibit A545, which is the A545 is the diagram.
Yes.
I handed you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A507. Can you tell the jury, do you recognize the markings on the envelope marked as State's Exhibit A507?
Yes, A507 is evidence number 22. Its location will be in that general area of the living room. It corresponds with 20 and 21 where they were located. And evidence number 22 is 2 swabs of suspected blood from the ceiling, basically near the cabinet on the east wall. And once again, it's my original packaging with my label and my initials.
All right, we have a stipulation with respect to State's Exhibit A507.
All right, please state the stipulation.
The parties agree and stipulate that State's Exhibit A507 was not sent to the lab for DNA testing.
Mr. Parker, is that the stipulation?
Yes, Judge.
The jury? is instructed to find that that stipulation has been established as fact, as if it had been established by evidence here in the court.
Can I get State's Exhibit A186? You testified earlier about noticing shoe prints in
Yes.
this scene.
Yes.
If you could, tell us a little bit about shoe print evidence. How is shoe print evidence deposited in an area? Just give us some basics.
Well, it could be a number of ways in this particular way. Obviously, if you have a bloody footwear or shoe print, then you would have to have it, first of all, have a source of that blood. So we know that a bloodletting event would occur, and for that blood to get on the bottom of that shoe, an individual would have to be in that vicinity where the bloodletting event occurred in order to get blood deposited on the bottom of their shoe. And if that individual then walked, then that individual would transfer blood from the bottom of their shoe, in this case to a floor, and ultimately you would have a footwear impression in blood.
And with respect to, let's use blood since we're talking about blood, and footprints, is it more likely, based on your knowledge, your training, your experience, is it more likely for a shoe print to be tracked or picked up in blood when that blood is wet or fresh as opposed to dry and old?
Absolutely, yes.
Now, there at BCI, do you have experts in the lab who work in trace and shoe print type evidence?
Yes, we do.
So, to that end, as part of your work at a scene, when you have an imprint, a shoe imprint that may be related to the crime or the crime scene, do you try to document that or collect that so that it can be examined later on by experts?
Yes, I do.
Walk the jury through how you go about collecting and documenting footprint. Let's start with documenting first. Documenting footprint evidence.
Well, before you could document a footprint, obviously you have to locate it. We located these shoe impressions, and one thing that I haven't mentioned yet is these impressions were found. I testified earlier that I saw them before I ever entered. When I first entered, obviously after we had the search warrant, I knew where the footwear impressions were, and at that point I wasn't sure exactly how I was going to process those, what kind of photography I would be doing, what kind of chemicals, if any, I would use. And so I took something which was parchment paper that is supplied, we had on our crime scene vehicles. Parchment paper was used quite frequently for us to package bloody evidence to keep it from transferring blood to another substance. At that point, the footwear impressions and the blood was dry when I got there. And so I actually took parchment paper, we laid it over the footwear impressions, and due to the fact that there was only going to be one other agent working with me, which was Agent Price, we both knew that parchment paper means don't step there. And so that's how we were able to preserve this evidence while we were continuing to work the scene. Now, to the point of what I did at that particular time, yes, I would document the location, and I've tried to do that with these overall shots so that you can, or anybody can look at these shots later, these photographs, and be able to tell, well, I know where the plywood is, and I know where the footwear impression is in relation to the plywood, so I know basically where they're at in the house. That's the ultimate goal. From there, you would move up closer, and you would ultimately scale that footwear impression and try to get as much characteristics or detail from that footwear impression as possible.
Question. You said when you very first observed these footprints, they were already dry in the blood. Is that correct?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Now, or the blood associated with the footprint, I guess, was already dry, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you talked about preserving it, documenting it. How do you go through actually photographing it and then ultimately collecting any shoe prints in this scene?
Yes. Well, we've gotten to the documentation portion where obviously we would photograph them, scale them. There were some methods that I used. For instance, one of the footwear impressions that I collected, I used a chemical called leucocrystal violet. Leucocrystal violet is a chemical that we would apply to for instance, in this case, a bloody footwear impression, and it will actually help enhance detail in that actual footwear impression that is not really visible or is latent to the eye when we're trying to look at it. So if I see half of a footwear impression and I put leucocrystal violet on that footwear impression, then I may see the whole footwear impression.
And leucocrystal violet, does it alter the footprint or just enhance it so you can see it better?
It enhances it. Leucocrystal violet, when we mix it, it would come in two parts. One would be the leucocrystal violet, the other would be hydrogen peroxide. I think it was 1:4 mixture. And one thing about the leucocrystal violet is it has a fixative in it. And a fixative means that it's not supposed to make the footwear impression swell. It's supposed to hold the blood where it's at. So if I apply it properly, then it should hold that footwear impression and keep it from growing and getting bigger.
Okay. And again, leucocrystal violet, is that pretty well accepted in the crime scene investigation world? Is that an accepted way of enhancing and preserving these footprints?
It absolutely was, at least in 2016.
Okay. So, and again, that's back when you did this job. You do a different
Yes.
job now.
Yes.
Okay. So, at some point, is a decision made to actually cut out the area around the footprint so that you could preserve it?
Yes, there were a couple that I actually did cut out. I cut the whole floor with it, which was another reason why we waited to the end. I told you earlier that we covered these and preserved them. I knew that it was going to be messy, and it really was a chore to get through the flooring to get these up. So that was another reason why we put the parchment paper, and I believe we actually put these large boxes. They look similar to a pizza box. Turned it upside down so there's actually no pressure on it. And we were able to go back later when we were closer to the end, when we felt like we had gotten the majority of what we could get done at that time, and then we did cut those up.
And again, with respect to the pictures that you took, the documentation, did you document these footprints as they were in that scene before you did leucocrystal violet or any other attempts to preserve or save that?
Yes, they were all photographed and documented as they were when they were found.
And again, with respect to the photos and documents, all of those photos and documents would be preserved so that other experts could take a look at and compare these footprints if the need would arise later in the investigation.
Yes, that's the ultimate goal.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A185? All right, State's Exhibit A185, can you tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit A185?
In A185, again, it's, I think we're familiar with the general location. We had swabs taken from that area earlier. We have the chair, we have the alterations in the blood stain going toward the kitchen. And then we begin to see some faint footwear impressions.
Okay. And I'm going to do two things with you. I'm going to switch out the biological evidence, State's Exhibit A545. I'm going to put up State's Exhibit A547. And the second thing I'm gonna do is probably have you step out so you can actually, you talk about footprints in the picture. If you step out, can you tell the jury or show the jury on the screen where these footprints are?
In this general area.
And then what about on the TV screen?
Again, it would be in that area, you can see some there, there. There's some small indications in a few other locations, actually right here.
Can you give us State's Exhibit A283? And with respect to those two prints that you first talked about, did you identify those with evidence, placards, and BCI numbers?
Ultimately, yes, we did.
And was one of those ultimately identified as item number 23?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And where in the picture, where in the diagram was item 23?
It's in this area.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes, or put up what's been marked as State's Exhibit A283. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
I'm sorry for coming your way. This is actually the footwear impression, one of the footwear impressions, and I believe this would have ultimately be marked as item number 23.
State, would you take different pictures of those under different lighting? So some brighter lighting, some less lighting, so you could pick up the detail on them?
Yes, you would sometimes change your camera lens to a macro lens. Sometimes you would use no flash, lower flash, sometimes use oblique lighting. Whatever you could do to try to get as much detail of that particular object.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A284? Agent Hanshaw, you can sit down. I don't want to wear you out there. Okay, can you tell the jury what they're looking at with State's Exhibit A284?
Yes, in Exhibit 284, it's basically the same footwear impression. I believe we've established it was item number 23. I'm starting to pan in a little closer, and I'm starting to see some characteristics of the shoe that I think somebody more qualified than me should ultimately be aware of.
Okay. And again, when you talk about somebody more qualified than you, are you talking about the experts back at your lab or experts
Absolutely,
externally?
yes.
And when you talk about detail, what's standing out to you where you're like, uh-oh, they may be able to do something with this?
What's actually standing out to me at that particular time was the fact that, can I stand again, please?
Sure.
In this area of the shoe, I'm not seeing any kind of wear pattern at all.
Okay.
That meant something to me.
Okay. And again, ultimately, our opinions with respect to what that means established or given by the experts in the lab.
Yes.
But at some point, you know, or do you know you got to collect that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Can you give us a State's Exhibit A286? Again, as part of your documentation, do you put a ruler next to these prints and start documenting how they look with a ruler or a measurement next to them?
Yes, we try to scale those as best as possible and have our scale as accurate or as flat on the surface as we can. It does make a difference.
State's Exhibit A285.
A285, are we ready?
Yes.
Once again, it's another photograph. It's basically the same footwear impression, but we're continuing to get a little closer.
And State's Exhibit A287.
A287, once again, same footwear impression, just a little closer.
Okay. And again, are you trying to document this as closely as possible and from as many different angles as possible so that later the experts can look at how they looked the day that you saw them?
Absolutely, yes.
State Exhibit 288. And at some point, did you put your BCI item number or photo placard down next to this so you could identify that mark?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and is that what's depicted in State's Exhibit A289?
Basically the same photograph, camera's actually sitting on a tripod, not moving, and I just slid a item 23 in there so that we could have that later for identification purposes.
In addition, you've been focusing in on that area of the tread that you pointed out. Did you take other pictures that showed other areas of the tread with respect to that shoe print?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A290. Again, can you tell the jury what we're looking at there in A290?
A290, it's the same photograph with item number 23. I've just panned in a little closer, zoomed in, and trying to get more detail in the heel area, or what I believe to be the heel area of that shoe.
Now, you testified that after you documented this, and again, it looks like you took plenty of pictures. After you documented this shoe print, you testified that at some point you actually cut that piece of flooring up. Is that
Yes,
correct?
at some point. Yeah, it was later.
Walk us through, or walk the jury through, what you did to cut that flooring out.
At the particular time, I said that I had parchment paper, and ultimately I took some tape. I had already removed the parchment paper at that point to do some more photography, to number it and to scale it, and I put more parchment paper on that, taped the outer perimeters, and then went to work on it, cutting it with power tools.
Were you able to successfully remove that piece of flooring?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit here. I'll take those. State's Exhibit A508. Do you recognize the markings on State's Exhibit A508?
Yes, I do. A508, this is, earlier I actually said that we had boxes that looked like pizza boxes. This is one of those. We would use these to package clothing, bloody clothing, footwear impressions, anything that we wanted to try our best to preserve that so that it wouldn't be crushed or smashed. And this is actually one of my boxes. You can see that I have initialed it, as well as have my evidence labeling it as item number 23.
Now, there are all kinds of other markings on that item.
Yes.
When it goes to various labs or various people take that for testing, is it standard practice for folks to put their marks on it, or maybe their own individual case number on it?
Yes, normally after something is opened, then it's resealed. The individual that opens it and reseals it, they will seal it, and then they will put their initials, and it's sometimes case number, but mostly it's their initials.
I'm going to have you open that exhibit. I don't know if you want gloves or not, but I'm going to have you display it.
Try to get it open and then I'll put gloves on.
Okay, can you go ahead and open that for us? Your Honor, can we display this?
No objection.
Okay, do you recognize the item that's inside State's Exhibit A508?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, I'm gonna have you just slowly walk that in front of the jury, tell them what that is.
This is basically what we've been seeing in the photographs. Earlier I said I put on a chemical called crystal violet, which will ultimately dye that stain, and it will bring out portions of that blood stain that we cannot see without that dye.
Was that item State's Exhibit 508, was that item collected, maintained, and stored in accordance with your training and standard operating procedures?
Yes, it is, and it was.
Was that shoe impression there ultimately sent to your lab and other labs for experts to take a look at it?
Yes, it was.
And again, I don't want you to tell me what the results were, but do you know if other experts were able to form an opinion about the brand and size of the shoe that made that impression?
I believe so, yes.
In addition to that shoe print, were you able to collect the other shoe print that was right in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And again, was that shoe print, that one that we just showed was 23. Did you have one that you marked as BCI item number or photo placard item 24?
I believe so, yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A291? Yeah, State's Exhibit A291 up there.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit A291?
Again, it's a transfer of blood causing a footwear impression in blood on the floor. It's in the living room area and somewhat close to item number 23.
And again, I've put up that diagram, or both items 23 and 24 depicted in the overhead diagram that we changed out and displayed for the jury.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Can we put up State's Exhibit A292? With respect to State's Exhibit A292, as you examined this item or this print in that scene, were you noticing the same type of detail that drew your attention?
Yes, I did.
And did you go through the same type of documentation with respect to this footprint, different lenses, different lighting, all of that stuff?
Yes, multiple. First of all, any footwear, we put it on a tripod. Our camera was put on a tripod. Sometimes we use a remote, other times we don't have to. I tried to put it on a tripod, level the actual camera. We have small levels. Put that on the camera. It's then leveled, and different lightings are used, as I testified earlier, sometimes oblique lighting, different angles. Just do the best we can to document and get as much definition as we can.
With respect to State's Exhibit A291 and your item 24 up there that we're testifying to, that you're testifying to, again, did you do a lot of documentation of this item before you ever put the Luccal Crystal Violet on it?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A293? Ultimately, did you mark this as your item number, put a marker next to it?
Yes, I did. I put marker number 24 beside it.
Can I get 294? State's Exhibit A294. Again, Are you just taking pictures with different lighting so that you can preserve this and ultimately send it to the lab?
Yes.
State's Exhibit A295. At some point, you put a ruler next to it, again,
Yes.
so it'll be documented as it was at the scene for lab purposes.
Yes.
Is that what's depicted in State's Exhibit A295?
A295, yes. We've applied a scale as well as the marker.
Jump me to State's Exhibit A297. State's Exhibit A297 that you have in front of you that's displayed. Again, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
Yes, it's a photograph, once again, of item number 24, but we've zoomed in, tried to get as much detail. That particular area of the shoe, looking for anything that could potentially be measured, something that we could use later to identify that, an accurate measurement or something.
Okay. And again, is that work that's ultimately done at the lab by the experts who render those opinions?
Yes, it is.
With respect to State's Exhibit A297, give me 298 real quick. And A298, again, is that the same item, just different picture, right?
Yes.
Did you use Crystal Violet on this ultimately to help enhance it and preserve it?
I think I may have on this one as well.
Okay. And ultimately, did you decide to try to remove this print or the flooring that contained this print the same way you did the other one?
Yes, I did.
And walk us through how you did that?
Once again, something was placed over top of it to try to protect it from any debris or anything, and then we cut into the floor to the point where we're able to remove this footwear impression.
Handy what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A509. You recognize the markings on State's Exhibit A509?
Yes, this is my packaging. It's got my label, and it's got my marker of evidence number 24, and has my initials on the original.
In addition to your markings, are there other markings from where that item went to a lab?
Yes, there are.
Multiple labs, I guess.
Yes, sir.
If you could, just like you're doing, go ahead and open that up for us. Do you recognize the item that's inside
Yes.
that exhibit?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, it's item number 24. We've been looking at the photographs, and it has had Crystal Violet applied to it to enhance it.
Your Honor, Tom asked permission to publish State's Exhibit.
No
All
objection.
right, you may publish it to the jury.
State's Exhibit 509, was that collected, maintained, and stored according to your training on how to collect these types of items and your standard operating procedure?
Yes.
In addition to the prints that you marked as items 23 and 24, was there another print that you marked as item 47?
Yes, there was.
I'm going to put on the screen what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A427?
Yes.
Can you tell us, or tell the jury, what's depicted in State's Exhibit A427?
A427 is a photograph where a scale has already been applied. Obviously, there were previous photographs. We actually saw some of those. But it's a scale of the partial footwear impression close to the front entrance door to the residence.
And could you do me a favor? Could you use the pointer and show the jury on the diagram where that item is?
That's right here, number 47.
Okay. And is that, in the picture there, is that the door that's depicted there on the left?
Yes, it is.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A426? Okay, again, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Yes, Exhibit A426 is the same footwear impression that would ultimately be item number 47, and it does have leucocrystal violet applied to it, it appears.
Okay. Now, before putting that leucocrystal violet on it to preserve it and enhance it, did you run through the same series of document type photos that you did with the other pictures?
Yes, we did the same thing with it that we've done since the beginning of this today. We started off from a distance, we moved in. From there, we did not touch it. We got micro photos of it, then we began to put scales in it and markers.
And again, those pictures that you would have taken of that footprint before the leucocrystal violet, is that part of the photos that you reviewed as part of your testimony in this case?
Yes, it is.
And again, did those photos truly and accurately depict the way that footprint impression looked when you saw it when you initially entered 4077 Union Hill Road?
Absolutely, yes.
Ultimately, did you put a marker next to that and attempt to collect that as evidence?
Yes, I did.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A438? Can you tell the jury what State's Exhibit A438 is?
Exhibit A438 is a photograph of this footwear impression, item number 47, after leucocrystal violet has been applied.
And State's Exhibit A439.
A439 is actually relatively the same, but we're trying to work with a different light at that point to maybe get a little different detail.
With respect to State's Exhibit A439 and your item number 47, as you looked at that shoe, that shoe print on the floor in blood, again, did you notice the type of detail that you knew the lab would be interested in taking a look at?
Yes, I did.
All right. And were you ultimately able to collect that?
Yes, sir.
Walk the jury through what you did to collect it?
Once again, preserved it in the same manner as we had with the other two, and used a power tool to extract that from the floor.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes. It State's Exhibit 532.
This was the
Can you tell the jury, do you recognize the markings on State's Exhibit A532?
Yes, Exhibit A532 is evidence item number 47. It has my original label on it. It has my initials, and this is my original packaging.
As with the other exhibits, do you recognize other markings on there that indicate that that item went to the lab for further analysis?
Yes.
while you're doing that, I'll ask you some other questions. Your pictures that we talked about with respect to this item 47, that's your BCI item 47, this bloody footprint. All of those pictures before you put the leucocrystal violet on it, all of the pictures with the leucocrystal violet, all those pictures, would those have been available for experts to look at as well?
Yes.
Okay. Can you go ahead and open State's Exhibit A532 for us? Can you tell the jury, do you recognize what's inside the box marked as State's Exhibit A532?
Yes, A532 is my item number 47. It was collected there at that residence. And it's, we've seen photographs, and it has been enhanced with leucocrystal violet.
Now, is that box or that piece of evidence heavier than the other first two?
This area of the floor was extremely thick.
Okay. Was it a different pattern, a different type of wood or something like that?
Yes, basically, yes.
Your Honor, request permission to publish State's Exhibit A532 for the jury.
Any objection?
Okay.
May publish to the jury.
All right, can you give me State's Exhibit A373? We talked about that blood trail, and so far in your testimony, you've tracked it basically through the living room towards the kitchen. I've handed you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A373. Can you orient the jury to that picture?
A373, so far the majority of the photographs we've looked at, and I keep telling the same thing, that they're from generally the front door area. Now, I am now beyond that point, and I'm back into the kitchen area, and now I'm focusing forward back toward the living room area. This is one of the first photographs we've seen from this angle.
And the rugs that you had talked about near the disruption in that blood pattern, are those visible in that picture?
Yes, they are.
I'll show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A372. As part of your work in this case, did you just keep tracking that, that blood trail through the kitchen and to where it ultimately led up?
Yes, I did.
Is that 372?
It's 373.
Let me get A372. Again, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here and where that picture is taken from?
Once again, this is taken from the kitchen area. You can see the treadmill, the rugs. Earlier we looked at a blue tote and a kitchen table, and if you recall, item number 33 was under that, which was the Hornady 40 caliber cartridge case. So now we're in that general area, and begin to see footwear impressions there as well.
All right. State's Exhibit A371. Continue to walk us through where that blood trail's going and what they're looking at.
There's some things here that are very remarkable to me. First of all, yes, we're in the kitchen area, and we're moving back toward the bedroom area where ultimately both victims would have been dragged. after the murders. You see blood on the floor and the directionality going that direction, but then you begin to see footwear impressions that are on top of the blood that would indicate that the individual that drugged them back there then walked back through that area.
And show the jury where this footwear impression is or what you're looking at there.
There's some partials in this area and a partial up in that area near the rug.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit A374. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to State's Exhibit A374?
Yes, A374 again is another footwear impression, and you can see some consistency throughout the scene, the footwear impressions that we have already looked at in photos. This obviously is in the kitchen area, and this would be going back before any scales or anything of that nature were applied.
In State's Exhibit 375, A375?
Yes, A375, once again, it's basically the same photograph that we saw. Ultimately, this is going to be listed as item number 35, but for purposes of documentation, no scales or no rules have been placed there yet.
You beat me to it, but ultimately, did you mark that and put scales on it?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you give me State's Exhibit A384? And you have a series of pictures that you just passed over there. Again, can you tell the jury, I'm not going to put those up there for us, but can you tell the jury basically what those are?
It's been kind of the theme of looking at these footwear impressions that there are multiple photographs that might not mean a whole lot to us now, but at the time we have to realize that our cameras, we can only see so much detail on those cameras, and so we can't take a picture, say with an iPhone, and look at it and say I like that and move on. We have to continue to take more and more photographs to make sure that we do capture the detail. We have to do it from different angles, different lightings. The photographs we passed over are photographs of me doing that.
Okay, and again, basically that was probably State's Exhibits 385 through 391 that you just blew past, which is fine. Same, more of the same, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And ultimately, do all of the pictures, or are all of the pictures available for the lab if needed?
Yes.
Can you give me State's Exhibit, give me 384 again. Oh, that's 384 up there, right? All right, tell us what's in State's Exhibit 384.
It's a photograph of item number 35. We've established that that was in the kitchen area, and now we obviously have it marked with item 35, and we have a scale in the photograph.
And the location of that exhibit, is that identified on the overhead diagram as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay, can you give us the general location for that?
Yes. Item 35 is in this area.
With respect to these overhead crime scene diagrams, are those to scale? Are they?
They are not to scale.
Okay. Is the purpose just to generally track the location of where that evidence is?
Yes, just give a general idea for what we're doing here today.
With respect to your item 35 that's depicted in that picture, did you also collect that item as well as you collected the others, the same way you collected the others?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Walk us through what you did. That's on linoleum. Walk us through how you got that out.
The linoleum was a little different. We were able to cut that and just it released fairly easy, and we were able to take that footwear impression as well, similar to what we've done so far.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibit A520. State's Exhibit A520, can you take a look at that? Can you tell the jury, do you recognize the markings on State's Exhibit A520?
Yes, A520 is my evidence number 35. Same article that we've been discussing, the footwear impression in the kitchen area. That's packaged in my package and has my original label on it with my seal and initials.
Can you go ahead and look inside State's Exhibit A520 for me? Do you recognize what's in there?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
Yes, it's the linoleum section of item number 35 located in the kitchen area.
Your Honor, can I publish this?
Any
No
objections, you may publish it to the jury.
And with respect to State's Exhibit A520, does this item have other markings that indicate that it also went to the lab?
Yes, it does.
And was State's Exhibit A520 collected, maintained, and stored the way you've been trained to collect this type of evidence?
Yes, sir, it was.
And was it collected, maintained, and stored according to your standard operating procedures?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I'm about to transition into another topic, so I don't know
Probably be a good time, probably to stop. We're not going to finish
No.
today. I think we've already decided that.
Just a moment, Judge.
Yes.
Now, just a couple more questions, really quick, and I'll finish up. All right, let's go back to the ballistic evidence, states, the shell casing, which was your item 33, I believe.
Yes, it is.
Where was that found?
It was found in the kitchen area between the back wall and a table.
Your Honor, we have a stipulation with respect to item number 33. Let me get the exhibit number real quick. State's Exhibit A518. It's my understanding that the parties have agreed or entered into a stipulation with respect to DNA testing of that item.
All right, you wish to put that on the record then?
Yes, Your Honor. State's Exhibit A518, which was the shell casing, identified as item number 33 from the kitchen area of 4077 Union Hill Road, was submitted to the lab for DNA testing. There was insufficient data on that item for DNA comparison.
Mr. Parker, is that the stipulation?
Yes.
All right. And the jury is instructed to find that stipulation as fact, as if it had been established by evidence here in the courtroom.
And why would you submit that shell casing for DNA testing?
Well, there's always the possibility. We've not had very good luck with finding DNA on a fired cartridge case, but it could happen, and it could indicate maybe an individual that had handled that. I talked about touch DNA earlier, gave an example of it. How you touch something, we swab that, we have your DNA. That's a possibility, and that's something we did look into.
And is your understanding, based on your knowledge, your training, your experience in this field, that when a shell casing is fired, the heat and the pressure from firing that can negatively impact the presence of DNA on that shell casing?
It usually destroys it.
I'm not done with this witness, but
Understand.
I'm ready to transition to
All right,
another.
understood. So, is it acceptable with counsel for both sides that we stop at this time, since we're not going to finish this witness anyway?
Absolutely.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will be going to your places of destination, home or otherwise, for the weekend, and will be coming back on Monday morning at 9 o'clock. The same procedure will be, we'll have the same procedure at 9 o'clock Monday morning. You're to report to the jury room. You'll be brought up from there by court personnel. Because you're going home, you're going to have several days here, and because you've had a week of evidence presented to you this week, there'll be a natural tendency for people to ask you questions, maybe. I hope that doesn't happen, but it's very possible it could. It's also a natural tendency to kind of unload and discuss things. But you must remember the admonition, because it's extremely important that you follow the admonition. You are not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. You're not to permit anyone to discuss this case with you or in your presence. You're not to form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. You are to do no research at all concerning this case, either as to the facts or as to the law. You are not to read, listen to, or view any reports or accounts of this case from any source whatsoever, and that would include the internet, Facebook, social media sites. It would also include newspapers, radio, or television. And you are to have no contact, of course, with any participants in the trial, and that would include witnesses, parties, or counsel. With that, I do thank you for your dedication to duty this week, and we'll look forward to having you back here, all of you, on Monday. You may please take your badges, your jury badges, with you. Try to remember to wear them when you come back on Monday. You are to leave your notepads here on your seat. Does counsel for either the state or the defense have anything further before we adjourn for the day?
No, thank you, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
All right. And we are adjourned until Monday morning at 9 o'clock. You all were, well, let me say one other thing. The court has put on a recording for another trial that we had. It was another case entirely, but we had one scheduled for Monday. I have put a recording on telling that jury that that trial is canceled. That does not affect you at all. You're all to be back here at 9 o'clock on Monday morning. All right, that we are adjourned.